Okay.
Well, I know actually Doberman's going to show up, baby. But I should have did this earlier. Okay, so today I'm going to be talking about. See, I meant to talk about the White House Correspondents' Dinner thing Monday, but I was too tired and I basically should have did it, and then I didn't rest in a power nap before Diablo 4's expansion. But over the weekend, basically, the Donald Trump's third assassination attempt nearly happened, and it
Yes.
was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And basically, everyone was talking about it. I think it brought everyone out of the woodwork, basically. It
Yeah.
inadvertently brought everyone out. I mean, how I first saw it when you were talking to Syfax. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It was the
It was
weekend.
happening internet.
It was the weekend. I was like, but then we got the really quick. We really got the quick. We got basically the manifesto too. I showed this to Miss Sparkles last night.
Hmm.
That manifesto
Yeah.
is
Oh yeah. 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 The manifesto. No one's talked about it. I don't know why.
no one's talked about the manifesto. Nobody. And
Nobody.
then
Yeah.
there's a 60 minutes interview. They read a portion of it where they tried to say the reason, a line from it, why the
I
guy
thought about
did
it. I think one of the reasons why nobody's talking about it is because of
what reason? Makes him look
uh
bad.
uh
It makes a lot of
because it
people.
like okay, so he says he's a Christian. Because he mentions church and Christ, but then at the same time he has leftist point of views. So in a way, he's kind of
Well, you can have
bad
a
for both
progress.
sides.
You can have a progressive Christian. You can also have the fake
Yeah,
progressive
I
Christian.
think that's why nobody's talking about those because he's kind of bad for both sides.
What would you mean the idea of now? One of my friends brought up something, and I'm not sure.
Yeah.
He brought up a point, and I am I wasn't sure about it. Why did he get stripped? Well, so most people saw that he was basically stripped naked on the floor, strip search. But from the accounts, he was disabled. So there were 3 to 5 shots. One officer got shot in the chest with it hit the plate. He was injured because it was a
Hmm.
shotgun, not a small round. He squeezed off 3 pistol shots. Then he was just disabled, not shot. How you sorter? You picked a really
Yeah,
bad
good
week to
for him.
go out. So
Mm.
it's really weird. But then the left people online tried to say that it was fake. The other people are like, because the actual meaning behind why he did it is, see, okay, I didn't know about the 60 Minutes interview till a friend showed me another one where the excerpt came from, where they
Mhm.
tried to use a line because it's a lot of leftist propaganda that's been propping. So the media has basically been saying that this doesn't matter. The problem is most people have all seen him and the various things, the people standing over the various, but the concept is how he got there. Now Griffin Gaming apparently played the game he played. Okay. It was bad. He made one. He was a substitute teacher.
Mhm. Oh, but wasn't he at work at the college too? Like, didn't
He
he
was a
like?
community college, yes. He
Yeah, but what did he do at the
was
community college? I forgot what he
he
worked.
was either a community college or a teacher, flat.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up. I'm looking.
He was a thing. What we know in He
Sorry.
was a, and the interesting part is, I thought I had everything like I had something downloaded. I meant to go through it because there's a part that I'm gonna pull first from Riley, who was there,
Mhm.
because this is one of those few where you actually have. It's been a really hectic. It's been really a hectic 24 hours. Pardon me, but I meant to cover this Monday, but the manifesto is the key because most people have all seen. So, and I'm not going to say there was a sound device that disabled him.
Mhm.
The CNN anchor thought he got shot. Like everyone thought he got shot and killed, which everyone said it was 3 shots to 5 shots.
Yeah.
They all said it was 3 to 5 shots because he came in. He had been staying in the hotel, and basically he was staying
So
in
he
the
was a tutor,
hotel.
a math tutor.
Yes, he was a tutor. Yeah, yes, he was a
Yeah,
math
yeah,
tutor.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah. Yeah.
as much as I say it, I'll play the first part. So, and then I need to get Trump's statement. That's the other one I need to find. But it's here's a way to get it. Um, there was, but he wanted to stay because the people heard it at the back of the room, but they didn't hear it before.
Mm. Yeah.
Uh, there was the one, and it's really weird. Let's see now. Can I find the official White House website? Thank you. I had to do a stream with multi, but it's this is the third attempt. Now, technically, he isn't trans, so he dodged a bullet on that one. And the trans community, as you can guess it, you know. But we also had this last week. The king came to visit, so
Hmm.
the king came to visit, and that was a grand ceremony, basically, where it was, and it's only I think when's the second times. There we go.
Okay.
I'm not totally unprepared ever,
No.
but I'll show this and I'll have the clip as well. The funny part about this is he got disabled on the floor. It's one of the weirdest things because this is what a lot of people saw. You saw this. So there's a layout. So I'll do this as I did the assassination in where Trump was nearly assassinated. Uh, thank God I have a voice right now because last night when we were going over this, I was showing her this. Like my voice was halfway gone. He wrote
Mhm.
a letter. Okay, Sorter would get what I mean. Leftist can't meme. It's all a bunch of sprawling words. It's a wall of text. Okay? He wrote 1,052 word missive, which is basically an essay.
Mhm.
And he signed it. This article tells you a little bit. And when I read it, I'm like, no, this can't be real. Cold Force, friendly federal assassin Allen.
What? Yeah.
I sent this to you last night. No one would
I know.
believe
I
it.
know. I know. You read it to me. I know. I know.
Outlined
You
his
heard. Yeah.
rules of engagement for the shooting. It stated that it was his religious duty to target the Trump administration officials.
I'm just trying to post it around as soon as I'm distracted. I'm gonna post around that we're streaming. That's all. Sorry about that. I didn't
Yes,
mean to be rude. Okay.
yes, it's all good. So
Mhm.
before I get to it, I want to show because no one's really going over the manifesto. A lot of stuff we're not sure why. Now, granted, the jokes aside, Uh, the Pennsylvania shooter was in a Black Rock tutorial. Same with the one in the golf course. Basically, actually, I didn't know this about the one at the golf course. They only found the one at the golf course, because
Mm.
uh, they used heat scans.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, weird, huh?
Yeah, I don't know what I was reading what Tortor was saying. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
They only found it because of heat scans. I was like, because someone reported it, and then they looked on the property and they found a weird.
Mm.
No, he didn't scream it. It would be funny if he did. I mean, I have hold on. Let me find the easier version to read of this.
Yeah, I was looking at
Sorry, I had the one. I wanted to make sure. I wanted to actually make sure.
mhm.
But let's start off a little bit earlier, at least the one.
Okay, Max.
Apparently, Comey has been indicted again. Actually, there's a few interesting stories, and these are relatively short because this all happened about the same. If you want to read it, I'll get your. Help you read some. Back to the other. I need to go. Let me find that clear one. I thought I had
Okay.
it saved, but
I thought you did too. I thought you did that last night.
I did. Well,
Okay.
it gets filed away somewhere, and they now. What's interesting about this is he sent this manifesto,
Yeah.
and the problem is I didn't think the full one was real. Like I couldn't. I I really
Course for the federal assassin Allen. Sorry, I was just reading a summary of the fucking manifesto. And I forgot you said that, and you just said that too. Yeah.
yes, he actually signed it. He really did. He did. Yeah, I found it. I found the easier to read one if I have to read. It doesn't look like it fucking thing died. So
Yeah.
yeah, no, good. Okay, I'll get to the video because the live reporting from it, or the people who was there, because Bill O'Reilly did say he was going to be there. He expected somebody. Now this was all within relatively over the weekend. Okay, as it said, it's the 30th. So Maureen Comey is the daughter of Comey,
Mhm.
who's being charged, can go ahead with her lawsuit for wrongful termination. She's
Mhm.
James Comey's daughter. They cleared the
Oh, okay.
ways.
Yeah. Okay. So
She was improperly
yeah.
fired, according to her, and
Mhm.
arguably they say because she is Comey's daughter. This got the go ahead this week. Now, they said she was improperly fired. Sure. I guess why do you stack it? Now, here's a story. It's kind of being followed. This was this week as well, on the 28th, which was Monday. U.S. soldier pleads not guilty to using intel on Maduro raid to win 400,000 on Poly market. Now, this pales into comparison to the allegation of Baron Trump. You don't know what that is, do you? Sorter, do you know what it is? Ah,
My internet's cutting out in and out. Hold on. Let me. Okay. No.
so,
No. No. I'm sorry. Let's see.
so yes, Lord, I can send you a link if you want to come on for a bit, but it's late for you. So there was an allegation that a U.S. soldier used his intel of the Maduro raid to win a bet on Polymarket. There was also another
Yeah.
bet on Polymarket, Baron Trump.
Mhm.
Now it's a little bit
Okay.
unfounded. Did he use intel or did he not use intel? We will see.
Oh, okay.
So Baron
Polymarket.
Trump,
What's Polymarket? I don't know. That's you didn't talk to
it's
me
a
about this.
crypto
Didn't know you were
your
on this.
robot. It's a surprisingly, it's very interesting because this was a story that, so Baron Trump made a lot of money on it, on Polymarket as well. But it's like, okay, did you know? And if you used it, sure. This is why I said I like the Trump administration, but I also hate them at the same time. Basically, it's like Pelosi using inside trading. Now, this actually startled me. Now, this is the second indictment on Comey. The other ones got dismissed. This was over an alleged death threat. 86, basically, it was shells. Made out of shells and some other stuff. Now, 86 is to throw out, to get rid of, and whatever else. Now, granted, this will probably get thrown out too because it probably has the backing of anything. Oh, and by the way, I guess why we should cover this as well. I will cover this in more detail. Not today. If I have time, I'll get to this. This is one of the biggest. This deserves an extreme itself. Miss Sparkles, so you know what this is. I guess we lost her. The Southern Poverty Law Center finally got revealed for what we thought it was. That was, now can we only get the Anti-Defamation League? So I can forgive people for not knowing what the anti def the Southern Poverty Law Center's true purpose is. It is to prevent defamation. Instead, they were the ones years ago that called Pepe the Frog a hate symbol of hate. They were fined they were found sending money to KKK members as well as other hate groups to say they existed. So, cue that Charlottesville was a fraud. Though the Democrats say Trump supported Charlottesville, which they tried to hang around his neck like a millstone. Now, the Southern Poverty Law Center is only rivaled by the ACLU, or it's always been a political. Uh, oops, they're back.
Sorry about that. My internet's really bad. I don't know what. I think it's because of the heat.
Okay, sorry. So
Sorry about that.
I didn't realize you did say something.
Okay.
I would just say I would see it. I'll go over it so I know you. So
Yeah,
have
it's
you
fine.
heard of the Southern Poverty Law Center before?
Uh-uh. Was defraud donors with payments? What is that about?
Um, so the Southern Poverty Law Center
Hmm.
was so the Southern Poverty Law Center started out as a this deserves its own stream.
Okay. Okay.
You heard of the ACLU?
You told me about it.
The ACLU?
I just don't remember exactly what it is. You
It's
told me.
basically the big legal organization that basically has a
Mhm.
very liberal slant full of very big lawyers, which usually is supposed to fight racism and fight government abuse. But half the time they wind up propping whoever's in power and doing lawfare. The
Yeah.
Southern Poverty Lawsuit, the Southern Poverty Law Center, has been behind confronting and exposing hate groups. They are up there about like the Anti Defamation League.
Mhm.
It's arguably that the Anti Defamation League has become very anti Semitic.
Okay. Okay.
And I say that it's because the idea Southern Poverty Law Center has been the people saying that uh, there's racist around every corner. Pepe the Frog is racist. This is a hate symbol.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah.
Uh, though everyone forgets 4chan. Okay.
Yeah. I remember 4chan.
Many people don't know what Operation OKK was, right? No. So they so for some trolls on 4chan, basically one of their many things to troll leftist was to say the OK symbol was a white power symbol. And it was
Mhm.
called Operation OKK, if I
Yeah. It turned
recall.
okay into a hoax. It's some weird.
So it turned it in there.
Mhm.
Yes. They also did another thing where they also went
Mhm.
notoriously into some feminist groups.
Mhm.
And then it was like to get something to mean like an ultra feminist thing. And it made
Why?
them look bad. I have to go back. It's one of the famous 4chan but see, and then the Southern Poverty Law Center tried to put the OK symbol there, like Pepe the Frog as well. The poor Doge dog. The Doge symbol is a symbol of hate.
Everything's a
This,
symbol of hate.
I'm going to say this.
I'm a
The
symbol.
funny part about this is the neo Nazis in
Mhm.
America. So, prior to Woodrow Wilson, the Klan was
Mhm.
near extinct between like World War I and all the way up to basically through Woodrow Wilson before they had him in the White House. Okay? The Klan was on
Mhm.
its dying legs. The It's a history they don't talk about. Like Woodrow Wilson was a progressive.
Mhm.
He's the one who did the League of Nations.
The League
Incredibly
of Nations.
racist.
Mhm.
Incredibly racist.
Really?
Incredibly racist, yes. He was one of the progressive leaders, and he it led to the revival of the Klan. Now, the
Oh,
Klan eventually tapered off again. He aired a Klan film in the White House.
did he?
Yeah, yeah, it was a very famous thing, and Woodrow Wilson is noticeable as blame Woodrow Wilson for being a bastard.
For being a bastard. Okay. Mm.
Woodrow Wilson was arguably a very interesting president. He set up also the world for World War II. Cue the other half of everyone's a Nazi. So, to the point, after 60, 70 years,
Mhm.
the only, as a person who's traveled through the South and family in the South, you
Mhm.
don't see a lot of active Klans members. and you only
Oh.
see neo-Nazis saluting into closets.
The closet. So, what do you mean? Like they're gay?
Well, that can mean that can mean both either gay or they can't practice in the open.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry.
They basically are doing it in their houses or they're doing it in their closets.
Oh, okay.
That shit
Well, what's
you're
the point
never
in
gonna
that?
see.
What's the point of doing
That's
that
how
then?
small their numbers are.
Okay.
So when you hear hate groups have been at an all-time high,
Hmm.
you can probably largely blame the Southern Poverty Law Center.
Oh, okay.
They're supposed to be a civil rights organization. So one of it is the informants were paid more than $1 million between 2014 and 2013, affiliated with a neo-Nazi national alliance.
Hmm.
Are you familiar with Charlottesville?
Oh, yes, I am. Yep.
And that neo-Nazi group was actually protesting at Charlottesville.
Hmm. Okay.
And Charlottesville is a millstone they have been trying to hang around Trump's neck and said he supported racist.
Hmm.
Now, this is where when they say they went very left leaning, there's a probably go over this article more in detail. There's a couple I want to get on this because the indictment is they were a massive ally of the federal government for a while, especially
Hmm.
under liberals. Uh, they were criticized. They got caught flack for saying Turning Point USA last year was promoting hate.
Hmm.
They regularly condemned Trump's rhetoric.
Well, yeah, some of the things he said he shouldn't probably have said.
Yes, this is true.
Mhm.
But you're getting the idea, right?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
they have a little bit of a bias. That's like saying the ACLU doesn't have any,
Bias.
yeah, basically it's any
Hmm.
bias.
Hmm.
The other organization I'm waiting for something to come out on is the Anti Defamation League.
There were there are many videos of black guys going to the the meetings. It's
Oh,
happened a
and this is
lot.
the other interesting story.
Hmm.
It's not getting talked about as well.
What does that mean? What is it saying? I
Sorter, what do you
read
think
it.
this
What does it mean?
means?
Yeah, what does it mean?
Sorter knows. UAE is leaving OPEC.
Not meeting his house? What does that mean?
The UAE, this is a story. The UAE is leaving OPEC and OPEC Plus.
Hmm. Okay.
And this is due to Arab tensions as well as its thing. If you wish to read it, this is an interesting story itself because I saw this. I heard something about it. The United Arab Emirates decision to leave and the expanded OPEC Plus that brought nearly a dozen oil producing nations together, effective May 1st, more than more than a routine shift. Now, here's the big deal about OPEC. OPEC controls the petrodollar. While
Hmm.
Saudis sit on a bunch of it, they've probably used 40% of their oil. The UAE is a pretty moderate,
Yeah.
but it's like UK leaving Brexit, doing Brexit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's oil faggot. It's a very good way to say it. They are the ones that control the petrodollar. Uh, he basically can set his own market conditions without it, and
Mhm.
it does set up the this on top of the Strait of Hormuz, which issue where oil's not getting out of it.
Mhm.
And it's going to be very interesting because OPEC has been seeming strong for a long time. UAE is one of the biggest, but they've also been involved. See, okay, they say OPEC will tightly control production. That is actually a big deal. They've done this for roughly years. And I was like, this is the weird story of because the Saudis that you see when like they buy like EA and they buy other corporations or fund them,
Mhm.
they
Mhm.
basically they've basically been it's a lot of
Mhm.
oil money. Um
Yeah.
mm, please. Oh, you breathe you're breathing into your mic.
I am.
Yes.
No, I'm just.
Sorry. See, yeah, I mean, if they want to die, yeah. See, this is a deal with like people forget the Saudis. It's like the most sterile place if you ever see it. Like they have the financiers, and they're very much with investments, but they've made a lot of money on the petrodollar, but they also control the oil coming out of the ground. So OPEC potentially splintering leaves open for UAE to do its own stuff. Now, this is interesting on top of the Strait of Hormuz. Now, supposedly, okay, take this with a grain of salt. I need to look into more. This is on top of the Iran situation. We don't know who we're negotiating with. But here's something else that's happening with Iran.
Mhm.
They cannot move oil.
Okay.
Now, this is where, when we get into before the assassination attempt number three, people are getting a little antsy about Trump's approval rating.
Mhm.
His approval rating is going down due to the Iran war, the conflict in Iran going nowhere, and that's due to basically oil's not getting out. But Iran is also holding its oil hostage, and it's fucking with a petrodollar in reserves.
Petrol is
So the
oil.
last time a ship got out was a couple of weeks ago or a month ago.
Mm.
And this is coming on heels of Trades of London isn't going to insure a ship going through the Straits of Hormuz without the Iranians' blessing. So oil will grind to a halt. Meanwhile, it's sitting in the ground and it's sitting in tanks that can't move, and they're losing 400 to 500 million.
Mhm.
Yeah. And meanwhile, the Iranian regime is starting to show fractures where they're not being public about this, the Ayatollah in power is saying that the IRGC wants to make a play. So they could have a four-way power struggle. Because we don't know who we're negotiating with. And the idea is that the IRGC
Don't
is
yawn.
trying. Sorry.
It make me yawn.
The IRGC is basically butting heads with the mullahs. So is the military offering to make a play for power. Yeah. Now, if you've heard about that sort of, that's why you picked a very bad week to be busy. But
yeah,
this
bad sort of.
I know. I get to indoctrinate her into stuff. Let me get this queued up before we get to the other. Yeah, I sometimes say I introduced Multi to the Scouring of the Shire as a modern allegory.
Had Michael with you guys. I saw that. I didn't see it till later.
Yeah. Sadly it talks over. The man can't.
Yeah.
Sorry, brain farting. No, the thing is that Scouring of the Shire video, no one would believe me about that. That's really good.
Oh, okay. Is it?
Yes, it's basically the Shire is the modern day. It's basically London.
Oh, okay.
Basically, migrants getting away with murder, grooming gangs. Basically, the Scouring of the Shire is based on a chapter. It's from a chapter in. It's a chapter in Lord of the Rings, and basically it got left out, probably due to length of the. It got left out because it's probably was too long. Going to make the movie way too long.
Oh, okay.
Now, that being said, you have to realize there's the one. Now, I will play the first part of Riley was there Riley was there first. I meant to cut this down, so forgive me.
You didn't? Why? Well, what were you doing?
Well, to be honest, it's sometimes.
Okay.
But I know my timestamps.
Okay. Good.
But the Scouring of the Shire, it's because he based the Shire on England.
Oh, okay.
I was in Visions of Frodo. Okay. My bad. Okay, never mind. It's been a many moons.
Many moons.
This is why I need to not. This is why I need to not.
What?
This is why I strongly.
And we'll prove it to you tonight. If you want to waste your time watching cable news and breaking news is. Breaking news is.
By the way, if anyone ever wonders, forgive me, I am a chud who likes my journalists.
Chud? Okay.
So I meant to.
Your country? Well, what did I do this weekend?
So he, by the way, went to the correspondence dinner. Do you know the CNN report who said the person was shot?
You traveled to BillO'Reilly.com, you know.
He had a
and
piece,
that is the place
but
where any
that's usually
breaking
behind
news
premium,
is.
by the
So
way.
if you want to waste your time, and we'll prove it to you tonight, if you want to waste your time watching cable news and the others, it's up to you.
I'm going to say this.
But you're not going to get the story.
Okay, here's the thing. When he was fired from Fox News, he started his YouTube channel. He gets more views than the average people at Fox News. So.
I was right in the middle of this thing on Saturday night, and that is the subject of this evening's Talking Points memo. So let me set the stage for you. 2,000 people in the ballroom at the Washington Hilton. That's where Ronald Reagan almost lost his life. I wrote a book, Killing Reagan. Some of you might have read it. It's about my fifth correspondence dinner. The first one I took Donald Trump. And that's where all of this stuff.
By the way, that correspondence dinner is the legendary correspondence dinner where supposedly the rivalry between Trump and Obama started. Yep. Let's see her. She's back.
Between Obama and Trump, where it happened. Okay? And so over the years, I know the drill. And I was never uneasy in that ballroom. And this year, I would not have gone, but my son said, please take me, because he's a political science major, obviously wants to see what's going on. So we went and sat at the News Nation table. And for some reason, I was in the back of the ballroom.
So just for the record, and I've said this before, I'll say it again. It's the sorry. So Bill O'Reilly's one of the few people who gets phone calls from Trump at like 3 a.m. amongst journalists, and he answers it because Trump's notorious for not sleeping and how he is operated. So Bill's known him, and he's gone down to Mar-a-Lago a lot. It's not that he really, and he's argued with Trump before a lot. They were both in New York at the time. It's one of those things they have, and it's not that Bill O'Reilly's son's going to Cambridge for political science. So he actually got to sit in on a cabinet meeting once. Not top secret, but you know what I mean. Yeah, it's one of those things, and his son, like I guess his son wanted to go to the correspondence dinner. Because it's interesting, as I said. Bill O'Reilly's getting definitely up there. Like he's one of the last journalists left. Okay, so get the idea. He was in back of the room at the News Nation table.
I think I was coming back from the men's room. And all of a sudden, I hear 4 shots, loud. So I'm in the back of the ballroom. There's a door that was open. And then there's an escalator that takes you up to the main floor of the hotel. So the ballroom's packed, as I said, 2,000 in there. So I'm standing there. I hear boom, 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 4. Everybody hits the ground except me and President Trump. We're the only guys. Now, my son is under the table. I just leaned under. I go, how is it under there? He goes, you're going to get shot in the head, Dad. And I said, look, if they haven't got me after 50 years, they're not going to get me.
Yes.
And then my son at the line of the evening goes, I didn't know you were taking me to basic training. Because everybody knew that this was an assassination attempt because the Secret Service, I would say 20, 30 seconds.
Now, this is actually, I gotta say this. This is a Secret Service making up for Butler because they missed the rooftop. Now, the only reason you could say they did catch the one at the golf course is because someone reported him and they caught him by a heat camera,
Okay. Yeah.
like a because he was in a bush.
Okay.
Now, it sounds weird, but that was the trans guy that was down tried to snuck onto the golf course and tried to kill Trump. He picked a bush to hide in, and he knew Trump was going to have to go past it. He was going to shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably, it wasn't as good as them trying to take him out in Pennsylvania, but you know. But I did the thing on. I did the one when you went over the hearings in Butler. The Secret Service has definitely caught flack. Because how do you miss a building 100 yards away? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
That's an easy shot. 100, 150. So, Secret Service has been criticized before about, in the recent, about not being as protective. So, you have to understand this was, as you see by the video, a little bit of it, they were very quick to get him out of there. So
after the shots, stormed through the door where I was,
marshals were there,
ran down the aisle, and covered the president. So everybody knew that there were bad things afoot, as Sherlock Holmes once said.
Bad things afoot, yeah.
Now, as a normal human being, I should have hit the turf, but I had to see what was going on. It was my job. I have to see. So I'm there and I'm watching everything that's unfolding. And luckily for me, a marshal, a U.S. marshal, was at the door with a earpiece on, and he was a fan of mine, which always helps. So right after the Secret Service went in, I said to him, you know what's going on? And he briefed me. He said, there's a fracas upstairs. There were shots fired. What we know now, which I didn't know then, was that the shooter fired twice from a pistol, and Secret Service fired 2 or 3 shots. Very unusual, because if you shoot at a federal officer, which this guy did in the lobby of the hotel, you're usually dead within 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So it's unusual. So I assume that because there was so many people, that the Secret Service is taking, measure. So they brought him to the ground quickly. You saw the picture of him laying on the ground, and then they had to decide what was going to happen next. President Trump didn't really want to leave because he doesn't like to show weakness of any kind. He doesn't want to be intimidated. This is the 3rd assassination on the man attempt. But they had to leave, and I understood. Everybody really understood that there was so much chaos swirling around. Now, after that, I then swung into my job, which is to get information. And
I let him do, because you see, he was there. The CNN anchor said, now the CNN anchor actually thought the guy was dead.
Did you see the people were taking selfies and stuff? Like,
I don't know. I also saw a lot of bad memes about people kneeling over him.
Yeah.
Quickly established that this guy had taken a train from Chicago to D.C., checked into the hotel. He had a hotel room. There are 3,000, okay, people who can be lodged in the Washington Hilton. 3,000. And then you
What's
had
that? Why am I
2,000
doing that?
visitors. That's 5,000 people.
Yeah.
Far too many.
And there were also protesters
Far too.
outside. Yeah. There were 5,000 protesters outside.
When this was happening?
No, okay, there were 3,000 people in the hotel,
Okay.
2,000 people in the ballroom.
Okay.
Then
Okay.
there were still protesters outside protesting Trump just because.
Really?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
This is actually the first one he's attended because he didn't attend last year. So.
Too many people.
Okay.
And, but you wouldn't know it coming in because there were stations everywhere. Here's the key point.
Mm-hmm.
The shooter could never have gotten even close to the president because he had to come down an escalator, which was manned, then go through a door where I was and the marshals, and then run down a long corridor, if you want to make it that way, but picture
Like
it
a
in your
50-foot
mind,
corridor.
Long space before he could get into any kind of shooting range. So that was never a problem. What was a problem was that people were close to the shooter. They were diving all over the place, as you said, normal people would do. The people close to the president, the dais, they didn't hear the shots. And I tell you, they were loud. I mean, I knew right away.
Basically, he was the back of the room. The CNN people were towards the middle of the room. Basically, Trump barely heard the shots.
Good night.
Yes, I will see you. Yes, thank you so much for coming by. Basically, you get the idea. He's the back. He was in the table, News Nation table, back of the room. Then the CNN anchor was towards another place. And then Trump was rushed out of there. Because the layout's in the first one, it shows the layout. The interesting part is this guy thought he was going to be superhuman and basically go through all these people. Now, initial reports was one officer got hit center mass, but he was fine. Mm-hmm. It damaged the plate. Basically, it damaged the plate, which would saved his life probably. But he checked out because he came in to subtly penetrate body armor but not cause harm, and that's all in the manifesto. The thing about the city, it's what drives him, because the guy himself was a little bit loony, as she found out last night. It reads like a leftist meme. And the thing is, a lot of people who were there, you never heard about the people who were there. Now, it is odd that the guy survives. Okay? You would think the guy would have been dead. Because my first thing is, why was he... looks like he was knocked out and stripped naked. So when I
thought that too.
Actually, I'm like, what the fuck? One of my friends actually told me something. He's an engineer. They may have used a sound device or something to disable him. But here's the thing. They said no tasers were used.
How did they disable him?
We don't know, and we will probably never know. The way he looks knocked out on the floor, it was either a sound device or something else. Because in wake of the Venezuela attack, so one of the first things the Venezuelan soldiers heard at the compound was a giant explosion that caused them to be sick or disabled them. Yeah. But now it can be portable. But I'm like, did the guy get tackled or did he get tasered? Right? You know, it was not just a couple of cops by the door. It was marshals, Secret Service, of course, is going to be inside the room. Those were the ones who ushered the people away.
Because I've heard gunfire in my life, and my son is an avid gun enthusiast. I mean, he hunts all the time. He knew what it was. We knew, and they were loud, as I said. But the people in the other half of the room had no idea what was taking place. When they saw all the federal protection run down, then they knew something was wrong.
Because they were marshals.
Okay.
So, and I couldn't tell which ones were marshals, because you know that Secret Service are usually in suits. The ones that you see in the full body armor were Metro Police or marshals.
Now, this guy, Cole Allen, 31 years old, as I wrote on BillO'Reilly.com, it's just unbelievable. This guy will never, ever see freedom again, ever. In addition to destroying his own life, and he had no shot at this, pardon the pun, none. Okay? He destroys the life of his family. His family's got to deal with this their whole lives. So this guy's a loon, and then he writes up this crazy thing, a manifesto of why he's doing it, and it just makes no sense at all. The guy in the bushes in Palm Beach was a loon. The guy on the rooftop who got killed in Butler, Pennsylvania was a loon. They're all in the same category. They just don't have control over themselves. That's it. And throughout our history, these have been the profile of all the assassins, the presidential assassins, all of them, from John Wilkes Booth onward. They're just crazy.
So you're talking about Sirhan, you're talking about the one that killed, the one that shot Reagan. And then they're usually crazy. It's the problem is when you see the manifesto, it's not like, because I'm not going to pull as a 60 minutes interview, because the 60 minutes interview is just too long to go through. The idea is they were like, she reads the line that he did it because he's a pedophile, a rapist, and a traitor. Epstein files, folks. Epstein files. Like, there's a lot of brain rot. This guy was literally brought up on nothing but leftist propaganda or other people. I was listening, there's a channel I listen to on YouTube. She repeats a lot of the think tank talking points. Sometimes she makes poignant points, but other times it's just Trump's falling apart. Trump's falling apart. Okay, I wait to see this.
The insane people, and that's what he is. But he'll never ever get out. So he's been charged with trying to assassinate the president and other charges, but that's the big one.
Yes.
And Jeanine Pirro, who we have on our long form, she is part of the prosecution, but the Attorney General's Todd Blanche taking this over.
I didn't realize.
Okay, then we have reaction. This is another fascinating story. So I'm there, and I'm giving information to News Nation through Kelly Myers, who's a very, very good correspondent. She's the top News Nation Washington correspondent. And I'm giving her what I have because I didn't want to hot shot it. Okay, that's her beat, let her do it. At the same time, CNN is misreporting what happened. Roll the tape.
All right, guys. I just
I
want
do
you to know this is
disagree
not
with
verified.
this.
We're just listening to what's happening right now. But we have security around us, and it's Secret Service because there's a lot of members of the administration here. The Secretary of Education is seated right next to me, and her security just said, confirmed that there was a shooter in the lobby. It's not clear where. Obviously, it's a very big hotel. In the lobby of the Hilton, they said he is confirmed dead. We don't know anything more than that.
But he wasn't dead. Okay? Now, I'm trying to be fair to Miss Collins.
So the thing about this is, my friend disagreed with this. I personally
She's a rookie. All right? She doesn't have the basics down. Just doesn't. Looks good on TV, can conduct an interview.
You
Doesn't know
wouldn't
what she's
say
doing.
that the
You don't
person's
report a
dead.
story like that.
You should
don't.
wait to see if the
Because that's what
shooter's
they call
active or dead.
hearsay. She's got no valid source for that story other than some Secretary of Education. How would he know? Now, if you want to mention it, you can say there's a rumor. You could say that. But you don't say they said he is confirmed dead. Maybe they said it.
Well, here's the thing. Even Cyphex, you thought he was confirmed dead, I believe. Most people think if you're going to pull a gun on a federal officer, you're not walking away. Well, you're not walking away from it. You know what I mean? That's one of the big ones where... Okay, so I don't necessarily say CNN was full of shit on that. Because you would think that the person was shot dead, you know? But supposedly there's rumors of a officer that got shot that wasn't killed by him, a missing shotgun shell. Yeah. There's like a missing shotgun shell or something.
Sorry. I'm still here. I'm messing with stuff, so sorry about it.
No, you're good. Yeah. I'm just saying. The missing shotgun shell theory that the shotgun wasn't fired. So maybe there was a mishap by the officers or the marshals who... basically, this is very short. This was his response afterwards. Because Trump didn't want to leave the room, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, this is the longer one. Oh, yeah, no, this is the longer one. I need to... Ah, this is the one I was looking for the other day.
You didn't edit it?
No.
Like, I thought you were going to have it all prepared, you brat.
No, I was going to have it all prepared. No. I need to check something. Is that the... That is the one, isn't it? No. Ah. No, every other one I kept seeing was... every one that I kept seeing was 9 minutes. That's actually 30 minutes. Now, the thing is, I'll say this, though. Bill O'Reilly's getting jaded in his old age against a lot of it. You know? He is getting very jaded towards mainstream media. Oh, yeah. May have to do this another...
Okay.
Yeah, this is the one I was looking for the other day.
Yeah.
It's basically the remarks initially are 9 minutes, but I'll have to go in and cut stuff out of it. But there's a speech by Cash Patel in here looking for information, anything on him. I may get to that another, because of course there's like this one where they go and they say there's political violence. But the question is who's doing the political violence, right? Because I think it's not, it's as I said in, what is it, Cyfax's stream.
Yeah,
He agreed. It's literally the left is being violent. I have to cut that one down.
Yeah.
Now, this is the manifesto. Now, one of these, it shows the layout that's here, where he had to go to get to it, basically.
Yeah.
This was the layout. He came through some stairs, you know. They took bulletproof glass requirements. So he tried to sneak past and going through some stair level. Yeah, it was pretty hard to get there.
Oh, he did? I thought he ran through people. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was.
Was it? He said
it was easy. Yeah, they say easy, but what's easy, sir? I don't understand.
Did the people get fired? Like the
what?
The what do you call it? The FBI people, the FBI agents that he ran through. Are they still working there?
No, they're not going to fire.
What happened with them?
They're not getting fired. Why would they be fired?
Oh, because people were complaining and saying they should get fired. So I was just wondering, saying that they didn't do a job very well.
Fired.
Were saying, so.
A lone wolf. I mean, a lone wolf gets through.
I can't believe he jumps runs he runs like a crazy man.
I have there's a thing. I've been trying to figure out how he got in there. But as I say, this is the guy right here. This is him. They found photos of him. And of course, this is where the marshals and the FBI, they basically ushered the president out. I can find the timestamps for the remarks for the president too. So the thing is, this is by the way, this photo wasn't during the press conference. I can confirm this for the record.
Oh, it was. Oh yeah. You showed me. Yeah.
It's not there in the 9 minutes he spoke. Okay. So they raided his home because he was living with family. Now, if you wish to read this, let me see.
You want me to read it?
Oh, he got charged pretty immediately. Assaulting a federal officer with a dangerous weapon, using a firearm. Yeah. Thing is, he got strip searched. I don't get it. He was I know they strip searched him, probably at the scene. And that's why I'm it's such a weird thing.
Well, they're probably just seeing if he doesn't have any problems on him.
This photo is so fucking weird. And this is the actual photo. They stripped him half naked, I guess, to see if he had any bombs or weapons.
That's what I was thinking.
And it's it's odd. If you want to read this.
Hey, Jay.
Hello, Jay. How are you?
Oh, you want me to read it? Yeah, I can read it. Okay. Okay, I can. I'm just zooming in. Hold on. Okay. Hello, everybody. So I may have given a lot of people a surprise today. Let me start off by apologizing to everyone whose trust I abused, which I don't understand that. I apologize to my parents for saying I had an interview without specifying it was for most wanted. I apologize to my colleagues and students for saying I had a personal emergency. By the time anyone reads this, I probably most certainly whoops. Dang it, hold on. I accidentally clicked something. Do not need do need to go to the ER, but can hardly call that a non-self inflicted status. What do you call these things? What do I say when there's like a in marks when you read it? The
Quotation marks.
I guess in quotations, I guess. I apologize to all the people I traveled next to, all the workers who handled my luggage, and all the other non-targeted people at the hotel who I put in danger simply by being near. I apologize to everyone who was abused or murdered before this. To all those who suffered before I was able to attempt this. To all who may still suffer after, regardless of my success or failure. I don't expect forgiveness, but if I could have seen any other way to get this close, I would have taken it. Again, my sincere apologies. On to why I did this, any of this. I am a citizen of the United States of America. What my representatives do ref, reflects on me, and I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile. Do you want me to say the words all the way? Sorry.
You could say
Uh,
it's fun.
Rapist and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. And then
Stop already.
quotations. Well, to be complete, you want me to stop reading? What?
When you get to right
What'd you
here.
say?
When
Okay.
you get to right here.
When okay. Well, to be completely honest, I was no longer willing a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. Yeah. So he's been planning it for a while.
Let's unpack this. This is just part one. The rest gets back. So he's 31 years old, a math tutor, and basically he was doing this out of
Pretty
self
smart. He
right.
graduated in like a lot of things too,
He
like
actually
engineering and all this stuff.
graduated.
So,
Yes, this is him.
mhm.
I mean, this
Crazy.
is well. This was
And he sounds like he's trying to talk like
this
it's
is the
like a, what do you
table
call it?
where
That
the
first
CNN
person.
anger was here.
Like
This
he's the
was him
protagonist of his own story.
like graduating. Yeah, he
Mhm.
not stupid. It's
What
the
did it say?
he doesn't look dumb. The now here's the thing. He basically lied about being there. He took a train from Chicago to DC, booked a room. He actually thought he came armed with a pistol and a shotgun. Now he goes on to describe his things. It's apologizing for the potential victims or anyone who died. Now, compared to the trans shooters that have been targeting people recently,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
the one that killed Charlie Kirk was a trans shooter. The other one that tried to kill Trump was a trans shooter.
Well, he wasn't a trans shooter. He was dating a trans, the one that killed Charlie Kirk.
He was of that variety and a furry.
Yeah, he was dating. He wasn't a trans though.
He was a furry.
The person he's dating was a furry. He wasn't. He was actually pretty conservative until he met this trans.
He was
furry.
conservative, supposedly conservative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that is negotiable.
But people do weird things when they're lonely.
I'm waiting to see what comes out in that trial. By the way,
yeah.
So this guy basically he can be fine. Now the thing I want to focus on here is this part. Reason I said stop it about right there. Or let's go down here. No, it's like right here.
Okay,
you already read it, yes. So he is doing the leftist spiel that he's trying to save the country. Well, yeah, I'll read it. Well, or so.
Okay.
So this part specific. Okay. I am a citizen of the United States of America. We want what my representatives do reflect on me, and I am not willing to permit a pedophile, a rapist, a traitor to coat my hands with his crimes. Well, completely honest, I was willing no longer a long time ago, but this is the first real opportunity I've had to do something about it. This statement's very so. There's a key part. You'll hear this out of progressive circles, not conservative circles. That comes from the Epstein document allegations because he is doing the. See, the dark side to the Epstein allegations is I'll be the first to admit that more people are probably guilty, but everything I said about the Epstein allegations where we were never really going to know the truth anyways. I don't think Trump's in the documents like they say. I think they have tried every way but upside down and through invisible means of just doctoring documents to say he was there. Now, arguably, there's still more documents, but that is very much a progressive talking point that the administration was protecting people. Now, bear in mind, we're coming off the very weird speech about 3 weeks ago or so of Melania Trump being the first person, period, not a president, especially a wife, to go behind the presidential seal, do a 6-minute speech saying she had nothing to do with the Epstein files, the Epstein organization. She won 3 lawsuits. One was James Carville. It was the weirdest speech ever.
It was weird. Yeah, it was weird.
It was weird. And she did it in front of the presidential seal. That pissed people off. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah. You're not supposed to use the presidential seal. Okay? Basically, the procedure is if you're not the president, you should not be near the presidential seal.
True.
But it was the weirdest speech that said she wanted it reopened. Now, luckily for Trump, it didn't catch on and it died down. Now, the allegations are they always bring up, Epstein documents. Now, this line right here is what the 60 Minutes reporter used on him. And he had a very good, poignant one-liner for it. He basically said you should be ashamed for putting it out there like that. The one thing Trump does is he does fight reporters, but she can't really say anything. Not because Trump is the president, because I showed you a little bit of that interview. She looked like a blonde, weird-looking China doll, and she kept saying, "But Mr. President, what about these allegations?" And every time it came up, it's like, those are in the Epstein documents. I've released a bunch of the Epstein documents. I'm nowhere in there. This is clearly a Democratic talking point all over liberal media. It's all over Twitter. It's all over TikTok. And it's just one thing. And I mean, he has some mannerisms. Now, the martyrdom aspect is interesting because we've seen in about 3 months, the last year, I think about 6 months, 8 months, especially with the No Kings, potentially, or the Antifa protests, they do get violent. Not like they used to, but they do get violent. Left-leaning people are choosing to be violent and more activists. So, usually when you hear this line in particular, It comes from a think tank. It sounds weird. Do you understand,
Oh,
Miss
okay.
Sparkles? It comes from a
Yeah, I
think
understand.
tank.
I
It's
understand.
a very big talking point. This is one of those big ones. Now he's not stupid. He's not like the one they stole the election. He does know it. Here,
No, yeah.
you can start here. And then go.
Am I reading?
Yes. Go
Hold
from
on, it's
here.
freaking out. Hold on. The internet's cutting in and out.
All right.
Where am I reading at though? Can you hear me fine? Even though you're cutting in and out?
Yes, you're good. You're good. So start where you
Okay,
left
okay,
off.
so
Right
because
here.
okay, oh, where are you pointing at? Okay, right here. Okay. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement. Probably in a terrible format, but I'm not military, so too bad. I would go through most everyone here to get to the targets if it were absolutely necessary, on the bias that most people choose to
Bases.
attend a speech by a basis. Sorry about that. Speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and thus complicit, right? And I
Yes.
really hope it doesn't come to that. Yeah. Do you want me to read all of it or more of it? Or
That's it right there. Yes. So here's the other
okay.
half. He also has the belief, yes, you can practice guilt by association. He's saying most of the people in the administration and the people who willingly choose to go to a correspondence dinner, you got to realize you're invited to the White House correspondence dinner. Do you refuse to go?
Uh, no, not if unless I'm already met the president before. Then yeah, I probably would. But no,
Why? Once in a
because I
lifetime
just
opportunity.
I don't know. It sounds boring.
It's boring
It
sometimes,
sounds
once in a
boring. Yeah,
life.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
literally a
I mean,
dinner
if I've already
party.
met the president tons of times, then I wouldn't go because it'd be
See, if
boring.
you've
But
not
yeah,
met the president,
I
the
would go.
White House correspondence dinner, each
Hmm.
table is limited.
Yeah.
So, CNN and there's other people, you can only bring people. Now,
Okay.
this is the thing of he gets into his objectives. This is a lot of the stuff you're not seeing. You see Trump object to this a little bit in the other parts where you can
Yeah.
start through.
Okay.
You have to break some of these down because this gets
Okay.
through a little bit.
Rebuttal to the objections. Right.
Right there.
Objection one: as a Christian, you should turn the other rebuttal. Oh, okay. So hold on, let me start over. Rebuttals to objections. Objection one: as a Christian, you should turn the other cheek. Then the rebuttal: turn the other cheek is for when yourself are oppressed. I'm not the person raped in the detention camp. I'm not the fisherman executed without a trial. I'm not a school kid blown up or a child starved or a teenage girl abused by the I wish she didn't turn it gray. Many criminals in the administration. Turning the other cheek when someone else is oppressed is not Christian behavior. It is complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Follow the latest on the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. The security loopholes that allowed
No, go
Cole
through here
Allen.
first.
Oh, Cole Allen. What? Where am I? Cole Allen to get near. Is this like not him anymore, or is it still him?
It's probably
Yeah,
him.
it is still him. It's still him. Cole Allen to get near White House Correspondents' Dinner at Trump
Oh
saying
no,
this
so
proves
this
me.
was the oh, so this was the other.
It has to
Oh,
be him. It has to be him. But see, it's weird. He's talking about himself like he's like a character in a book. You know, he's like it
see, one
protagonist to
of
his own
these is
story. It's so
better
weird.
than.
It's so weird.
Oh yeah, no. So this isn't
It's
the
main
official.
character syndrome. Like
So
it's
this
weird.
isn't the. It's one of the more cleaned up, but it isn't. Oh no, we did skip a part. Yes, we skipped a really good part because they did the
Did we?
rebuttals. They didn't do the other ones. Oh, so this one left out.
Okay.
Oh, now I know where this is. You sneaky little bastards! You left this out.
Okay.
Feel
I'll read it
bad.
and have to go to the
Okay,
bathroom. My bad.
so start from here. So this is where he's talking
Okay.
about who his targets were.
Okay. While I'm discussing this, I'll also go over my expected rules of engagement, probably in a terrible, yeah, I already read that format, but I'm not military, so too bad. So yeah, like he's like talking like it's weird.
But we missed this part.
Like he's the cool guy.
We missed this part. We missed the targets.
You're cutting in and out, and I really gotta go to the bathroom. I'll
The
be right back.
target. You go, Mr. Robert. Go. So administration officials, not including. So these were his targets. Administration officials, highest to lowest, not including Mr. Patel, which I don't understand why you are excluding Mr. Patel. That's the FBI director. They are targets, prioritized from highest to lowest. Secret Service. They are only targets and to be incapacitated non-lethally, if possible, aka I hope they're wearing body armor because center mass shots with shotguns messes up people who aren't. Call that a Call of Duty thing, no one really knows unless you really have planned it. Hotel security, not targets at all, aka unless they shoot at me. Capitol Police, same as hotel security. National Guard, same as hotel security. Hotel employees, not at all. Guests, not at all. In order to minimize casualties, I will also use only buckshot rather than slugs, less penetrative, through walls. I would still go through everyone to get to these targets if it were absolutely necessary. But it's on the basis these chose to attend a speech by a pedophile, rapist, and traitor, and thus complicit. But really hope that doesn't come to that. I'm kind of curious because this one leaves out. Like he leaves like Capitol Police. I guess there's no FBI. Everything else. Now the thing about the turn the other cheek as a Christian, you can be a progressive Christian because she even asked this. So there is such thing as a progressive
I'm back.
Christian.
Sorry. Okay.
See that
That's
other
weird,
one
though.
left
This is very
out
common.
the last one. The other one left out the targets, the police, and everybody else. I still want to know why.
Oh, really?
I want to know why he spared Patel. I don't know why.
What do you mean?
The FBI director. Why don't you want to kill the FBI director? Wouldn't you think he's complicit?
Oh, yeah. No. Isn't he the weirdo? He's the weird guy, right?
Yeah, that's the yes.
The guy who has like the weird girlfriend.
The Indian
the cowgirl,
guy. Yes,
cow
that's...
country singer. Yeah, him, he weirdo. Yeah, he's weird.
Yeah, he. You know how I know of him? He was like on Tim
How?
Pool before.
I know of him because he was on the bald guy. What's the bald guy? I can't think of his
Joe
name.
Rogan.
The fighter.
Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan, yeah. He was on Joe Rogan. Yeah.
He was on the Joe Rogan Experience.
Yeah, he was. He talks about the files and everything. And then now he's like really weird. And then he uses money to go on vacations and shit. It's not right. He's just weird all around.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, this is a very common story now. I look up. Prep teacher filmed sex with student she was tutoring.
That's horrible. Oh God. I hate it. I hate it how that's like increasing with
This
women and
is so
children.
common now. It's like a couple of
Oh, it's
times a
sickness.
year. Like I
Yeah,
hear
it's
the.
sick. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
understand.
sorry, Morgan.
Society is going hell in a handbasket.
So she's 27.
They all kind of look the same too.
You say they all look the same?
They kind of do. I think. I feel like they do.
27.
They all have that like round eyes and the.
10 is
I'm a
15
princess.
years.
She got 15 years. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
How old is the kid? Good. I'm glad. But how old is the kid?
If not aged.
Hmm.
Uh, what would you
Doesn't
say?
say. Huh?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's minor.
This is serious risk taking behavior, taking advantage of a minor in videotaping. So someone under
Yeah.
18. You're
Mm.
having sex with a minor at his home, right?
At his own house? Are you retarded? God. Yeah, it gets like she's. I'm glad they're retarded. I'm glad they're all retarded.
This shit wasn't at the top of the page when we looked at this last night.
No, it knows what you like to look at or read about the news
No,
articles.
that shit's pretty common.
I'm just picking on you. It is now though. It wasn't before. I watched the whole video on it.
Apparently Nick Fuentes is getting tired of politics.
Yeah, he pushed her and everything. Yeah, he said something really funny though the other day about going to the gym is gay.
He lives in
Or something.
Chicago too, by the way.
Mm. Don't. Why?
Huh?
What
Okay, so when you hear the Christian
time
term,
is it? I fucking forgot. I have to. Okay, I do have to go. My son has a test tomorrow, so I'm sorry. I gotta go. Forgot I had to do that with him. And Taco's waiting to wait. So I
okay,
gotta go.
see you. Okay, cover the rest of this. You're all good. It's just gonna be me. All right, so I'll get through this. Okay, so where did we leave off? So I could pretty go through this. It's because I went over this with her myself. So he's talking about as a Christian to turn the other cheek because he said he went to a church for 31 years. Now there is something here inside this because he uses it as you cannot turn the other cheek if you're oppressed. Now, there's a lot of weird stuff, like the fisherman executed without a trial, uh, the person raped and killed in a detention camp. That's talking about the ICE camps. I'm not a kid to be blown up. That's clearly Iran. And a teen charged, basically the Epstein. Basically, he had been consuming, and I mean, this is consuming a lot of basically leftist media. Like, you're talking leftist entirely. Like, it's not that I don't like listening to liberal people or leftist. I believe firmly a broken clock is right twice a day. Here's the thing. This is the big thing. Turning so the idea is he says, but to him, turning the other cheek when you're not oppressed is not Christian behavior. Now, it's complicity in the oppressor's crimes. Now, I wonder what teaching he uses to justify that. Because that's really weird. That is a strange, strange thing. Now, two, this is not a convenient time to do this. Whoever thinks this way, to take a couple of minutes and realize that the world isn't about them. Do you think when I see someone raped or murdered or abused, I should walk on by because it would be inconvenient for people who aren't the victim? So you choose the White House Correspondents' Dinner because you think that he would be an easy target. He's clearly going to be in back of the room. But later on, you see he actually thought security would. Now, this is the best time and success I could come up with. Now, the Correspondents' Dinner is usually a very guarded affair, especially, look, I'll be honest. He's been near assassin. This is his third assassination attempt. Objection 3, you didn't get them all. Rebuttal, you got to start somewhere. Now, this is clearly like a radical leftist guy who basically gassed himself up. Objection 4, as a half black person, half white, you shouldn't be doing this. I don't see anybody else picking up a slack. He has both a martyrdom complex and a little bit of that. Objection 5, yield unto Caesar what is Caesar's. Now, that is a very weird thing because you have to understand the other half of that is yield unto God's, which is God's. Now, see, this says a lot more about it because he says earlier, usually key language, like representatives don't do that, meaning he is probably DSA or progressive. The United States of America are ruled by a law, not by one person or several people, which is true. Insofar, representatives and judges do not follow the law. No one is required to yield to them unlawfully ordered. I would also like to extend my appreciation to as many great people as I've seen be able to talk to them, unless the Secret Service is astoundingly incompetent. So he's under the idea the Secret Service is going to be incompetent. Secret Service being incompetent is very different. And I mean, to be honest, they were very on point. Thank you to my family, both personal and church, for the love over these 31 years. Thank you for the love of my friends, for our compassion over many years. Thank you to my colleagues over many jobs for positive professionalism. Thank you to my students for your enthusiasm and love of learning. As I said, this wasn't in the response. I can rest assured on that. I can go find in the full, but I don't think it is. Unfortunately, people are usually dishonest. I say media is dishonest unless it's someone took like a frame to make him look as shitty as possible. Because there's times you can, because it doesn't look like this. Because I want to find the exact frame of this. Because I could never find the frame where he was this red. Now, thank you for the many acquaintances I've met in person. In short, short interactions, or long-term relationships. Thank you to all for everything. Sincerely, Cold Force, friendly federal assassin Allen. And this doesn't end here. This still goes on. P.S. Okay. Because he had sent this prior to 10 minutes before he did it. P.S. Okay. Now that the sappy stuff is out of the way, what the hell did the Secret Service doing? So I gotta go to a rant here. It's a bit in tone and dropped a formal tone. Like I expected, no cameras every bend, which there was, bugged hotel rooms, debatable, that would never happen, armed agents every 10 feet. They're only going to secure the ballroom and the routes to the ballroom unless they believe that some man is not going to make a 50-yard sprint to basically the ballroom. No damn security, not in transport, not in the hotel, not in the event. Which turns out to be a lie. The man was neutralized very quickly. Now, his own family said something as well, I guess after getting it, or when the agent showed up. They were right at his house after the shooting, potentially. Very close, whatever the response time for his area was. Like, the one thing I should immediately notice walking in a hotel is the sense of arrogance, which meaning progressive or DSA, you're probably going to know it and think no one represents you. I walk in with multiple weapons and not a single person considers the possibility it could be a threat. Security at the event also is all outside, focused on the protesters and current arrivals. That's one layer of security. There were others, because the different protection details basically have different guns. Not all carry ARs. Some can, others don't. See, and he says it's incompetence. Like, this level of incompetence is insane. And I very sincerely hope it is correct by the time this country gets actually competent leadership again. Like, if I was an Iranian agent instead of an American citizen, I could have brought a damn Medusa in here. No one would notice. That's a 50 cal machine gun. That shit would have been noticed. Actually insane. No. Oh, and if anyone's curious, I feel awful. I want to throw up. I want to cry for all those things. I wanted to do and never will. Because he's never getting out. He's going to be getting life in prison. For all those people who trust that I betrayed. I expect rage. I experience rage thinking about everything administration has done. Basically, he had TDS. Can't really recommend it. Stay in school, kids. Yeah, sorry for a little bit slurred towards the end. I get a little bit tired. I've been tired today. A lot of stress. It's stress earlier and everything else. But in the manifesto, it rings very much like he is a leftoid. Progressive. This is something you don't see. Now, I might do a part 2 to this. It's late for me. And I'm feeling it. But I've been getting over a bad ear infection. I'm not getting over an ear infection. It started with an allergy. So one's got to my jaw, the other next gets to the other. So it's a joy. Now, the thing is, a lot of here in talking points he comes up with is stuff you only hear out of leftist. The problem is, I listen to certain people, and like I listen to a lot of different media sources. Tim Pool, everywhere, through all the nonsense, Lotus Eaters, what fuck, all the way down to even me. Not as far as I probably listen to some progressive sources, and this is language you hear in a lot of progressive circles. So, a lot of progressive circles are very hyperbolic. Now, the fact alone he acted is interesting because acting whilst like he was serious, like he actually thought it was gonna be like a Call of Duty game. You're gonna gun down a couple of officers outside of a building, and then act like you're not gonna get spotted. Secret Service is mainly gonna guard the president. See, the suspect ran past a security checkpoint here, which is a terrace entrance. And then he got tackled, I guess. Now, I would say it's funny if he got tackled, but I'm not sure. This is something we are, you know, sorry, brain farting. Like here, he ran through a checkpoint to get there to try to get to the foyer. Now, he would have still had a sprint. So basically, it's more or less he had an uphill battle. Now, personally, they say he potentially got tackled, but reality is we don't know. I don't think it's staged. Like, it doesn't look like he got, like, unless it was just a chase. Like, tackle and you're out like a light. So, clear as day. Sound, maybe something disabled him. But if it was a tackling, and then, yeah, that's what you're going to get. Because this is, his manifesto is not as crazy as the trans shooters in Nashville. Or the other one, which I don't think they didn't release the manifesto for that one. Because the trans shooter in Nashville was insane. Oh, all objects. I'm doing the whole thing. I'm almost trailing off myself. But yeah, the manifesto, you can find it. But it's going to be interesting because we got the trial for, because you got to bear in mind, Erica Kirk was at this party. You had a bunch of people. Now, you would think a lot of the Democrats, see, I'll have to do a part 2 to this when I'm not tired. Forgive me. The idea is, because I want to go over the section of the 60 Minutes interview, and then I want to go over the follow-up. But it's very interesting. This actually happened. And it's full, like, this would be the third extremist nut or fourth to try to do something. Because the person who killed Charlie Kirk, she says he wasn't a gay furry, but some of us disagree. Now, in reality, The problem itself now is we have to find out. He's charged. He got charged Monday. And, I mean, if these are his motives, because he's probably going to be stewing in prison for, well, jail for a very long while. I say prison, but he'll go to prison eventually. He's probably going to get life. Unless he has insanity or something. He's probably going to be in a federal jail for like months. He's looking at least a very long time, if not life. So the issue is itself is, but everybody else washed their hands of it. CNN didn't want to admit to anything. They're leaving the manifesto alone. Like, the reporter will read calling him a pedophile, a rapist, a traitor to the president, but they won't repeat the other parts. Now, Trump handles himself very well. I'll have to go over that in a part 2. But here's the thing about this. It's the third attempt. The rhetoric from the left is not getting better. By means, I don't like Trump 100%. I don't think he should be killed. Honestly, I think Trump's Iran stance is a little bit fucked. When it comes to him conducting wars, like even I said, I'm a Republican. His approval numbers dropped. But then again, Congress's approval rating is like 9%. House members and Republicans. Yeah, I'm starting to doze off. So, I'll get to the part 2, maybe not. I'll get it over the weekend. But, shit. Because I got Diablo 4 to get to. But I'm not going to get to it tonight. Ugh, fuck. Long day. I had to deal with some drama earlier. Busy week. Busy week. It's never a dull moment, one could say. Twitter drama, threatening by people. But yes, a lot of people haven't read the manifesto. It is not just an anti-Trump manifesto, because there are people who legit dislike Trump and think he's basically Hitler. The problem itself is these are people who are fueled by progressive politics or DSA people. DSA is I want to say it's a Democratic Socialist of America. The Democrat Socialist of America is a wing that's been really popular amongst Democrats. I'm not saying that, again, I'm not going to say Trump's 100%. I agree with everything he does. Like Trump, when he first dealt with Iran, he had an idea. But I think when it came to dealing with the mullahs, he had no idea. Like, you should have foreseen that that Iran would not congeal to your takes. But yeah, it has me dozing off to Barrett. It works when I'm gaming, and I can, at least if I know something, I'm going somewhere, but not when I do streaming. But it's one of those things of they don't want to acknowledge extremism. And when I do part 2 to this, well, you can see it, you guys, people see it yourself. It's, hold on, I can't find the timestamp. Let me see. Forgive me. I haven't had coffee, and by the way, iced coffee doesn't keep me awake. Okay, iced coffee doesn't keep. Oh my god, you wait 18 fucking minutes. 49 minutes and you wait 18 minutes. You're kidding me. You should just cut that bullshit out. Like, okay, officially White House stuff is like, if you ever watch stuff on C-SPAN, it's more or less uh it's very much the case of, look, I am not one for dead air. Well, one could argue I do dead air, but fuck my life. Professionalism, folks. Like, why would you even dare? It's like 20 minutes. Like, it's the other. It's like, they know better than this bullshit. They know better.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected.
This is Trump's remarks.
Incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press.
So his main gist was 6 minutes, but he does take Q&A. I guess I could try to power through this. So here's the interesting thing about the correspondence dinner. The correspondence dinner is supposed to be a coming together. It's supposed to be the time that the president can make fun of himself. People there can make fun of them. It's meant to be that you're supposed to. This is the problem, okay? A lot of people, when you look at the president, like, it really is a missed opportunity because most of them they don't think, like, Obama humbled himself at his. He made fun of himself. Trump can. But again, this happens, so they're not going to be in the room. And they don't know if there's more than one person. Now, I mean, he's probably reading a prepared statement, but they all read a prepared statement. Sometimes you can ad lib, other people can't. So,
a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released for purpose.
So there's details. I'll see if he gives the details in this. Because I was like, how do you get to the floor? Because earlier I showed Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly talked about it, but no one really talks about how he got to the floor. You know. He stayed in the hotel. Supposedly, I've heard he went up a stairwell. Yeah. It's a little weird. But Trump's actual response, but Trump wanted to stay. But I mean, too much of a security risk. One already there, you're not going to take a chance.
Purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now. Put out on Truth and put out on many other platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution, and also showing how quickly Secret Service and law enforcement acted on our country's behalf. Really did a great job.
And that's that video, is
One officer was shot, but saved by the fact that he was wearing obviously a very good bulletproof vest. He was shot from very close distance.
Hold on. Let's see. Oh, so it's this right here. So if he ran through this checkpoint here. Yeah, so this is the checkpoint he ran through. Oh, he ran through the checkpoint. Oh. Oh, no shit. Okay, this is the video he was talking about. I was kind of curious about that. So he came down this hallway through a metal detector. I guess these were Secret Service SWAT. Darted past, shot one in the stomach right here. Those were trained. Damn, I am surprised he didn't get shot. What the fuck? Okay, so he darted through here and he did like the streak. Now, I want to say this is the officer that was shot. But I don't know. Now, see, there is the allegations that it was the Secret Service who shot him. Friendly fire.
With a very powerful gun. And the vest
Well,
did the job.
shotguns are
I just
powerful.
spoke to the officer, and he's doing great. He's in great shape. He is has very high spirits, and we told him we love him and respect him. And he's a very proud guy. He's very proud of what he does, Secret Service agent. And we looked at all of the conditions that took place tonight, and I will say, you know, it's not a particularly secure building. And
okay, he is about to make the statement. See, White House has no ballroom. Okay? The White House has no ballroom. The reason why, one of the reasons he wants the ballroom or a gathering place is not because it is to effectively look, I'm going to be honest. This is something that they need to really hotels. It was like a 10-story hotel, maybe. You're having to secure a floor. You're having to do that. It's so much better. It's weird. I say with the aspect of it because if you're securing officials, because this is the right before the king came. This happened right before when the king came. They go, how are you going to secure the king before Congress? Which, that's Secret Service, that's military, that's others. They also have their own detail. So,
I didn't want to say this, but this is why we have to have all of the attributes of what we're planning at the White House. It's actually a larger room, and it's much more secure. It's drone-proof, it's bulletproof glass. We need the ballroom. That's why Secret Service, that's why the military are demanding it. They've wanted the ballroom for 150 years for lots of different reasons, but today's a little bit different because today we need levels of security that probably nobody's ever seen before. But everyone owes a tremendous debt of gratitude to the courage of law enforcement, the law enforcement, and working with the D.C. police. And we just spoke with the mayor. And when we're...
Because I've heard there's marshals. They say Secret Service, but there was actually marshals there too. Um, so that's why Summit's so weird. It's like you want the ability to secure. Now it's not like, okay, like the White House, because the problem with the ballroom, there is like this stuff with it's odd. It's just, you should not be doing a hotel, and there, I guess sometimes it's lucky that you're not. I'm going to be very honest. We've been very lucky. We haven't had a terror. But then again, the way it was, like I saw something, there's like another area that's like downstairs where there's a television crew. They're like in suits, but they're watching in television. So, you know, it's a very weird scenario because they heard the gunfire shots or whatever when he was taken down and the tackling, which I guess it makes more sense that he gets tackled. The idea is it places it. Because if it was a team of people, it would have been bad.
Finished the police chief.
Okay, see, people are still here. This is what I usually do. I can review C-SPAN, basically. But, like, I prefer to look at events because Charlie Kirk would never thought he was going to be killed from a roof. And to be honest, the Secret Service fucked up when they couldn't secure a rooftop 150 yards away. That's an easy shot. So
is going to take over and discuss it also from their viewpoint. But they also performed exactly as they were supposed to. And you see the attacker in different positions, but you also see the attacker totally subdued and under control. So as you know, this is not the first time in the past couple of years that our republic has been attacked by a would-be assassin who sought to kill. In Butler, Pennsylvania, less than 2 years ago, you all know that story. And in Palm Beach, Florida, a few months after that, we came close.
I described the Palm Beach, Florida one because he hid in a bush. Now someone saw him. Now he basically was found by heat cameras. And some could say he got closer to Trump, but in reality, Butler, Pennsylvania barely missed him. And to everyone who said he didn't have a scar on his ear, I kind of fucking disagree because I've been told that too. It's definitely, people. This is actually the first president in a very long time to have 3 assassination attempts. Now, you could arguably say Obama. What's funny about Obama's presidency, George W. Bush, in wake of 9/11, had it. Obama had threats too because he was still fighting the war on terror. I mean, there's a reason why everywhere we go, we carry the presidential car. Presidential car is meant to take like up to like RPGs to a degree. The car is so heavy, it's hard to deploy in certain areas because of the armor, because of the weight. The roads can't take it. It's been known for years, but it's also the security risk as well. That's why you need like the ballroom. Now, I'm not saying someone can't sprint naked and get onto the White House grounds. I've heard stories like that before. But it's one of the ones that Trump is not always the best at what he does. Now, has he poorly handled Iran? Yes. But I'm not saying it in the way people think. Iran just knows how to fool the West, but that is a matter for another day. Do I think Trump walks around like an asshole? Yes. Do I think that certain stuff, it shows, but when it comes to certain policies, he's really good. I'll think of a few in a bit. I have that brain fart at the moment. Brain operates on sugar and coffee. Yes, it's one of those things. But Venezuela was not bad. A couple of operations, but let's be real. When it comes to something long term, it's not business related, a trade deal, he suffers. Iran, he's tied down because he overestimated them. But then again, first time in Oval Office, he got played by Kim Jong-un. Some people will hate me for saying that, but he got played by him. I mean, they had a dinner. A man who's a dictator of a little 10-pot hellhole country got the better of it. Why? Again, Iran is a trap that I don't think, and there's a reason why we haven't fucked with it. I mean, we might get the regime to collapse, but you don't hear these plans out of it. It's not like with Russia. Like Russia and Ukraine are going to fight until someone says, fuck it. They're done. No. The losses on both sides are bad. Russia's bled dry a generation of men and boys. So is Ukraine. You don't hear anything about Ukraine and Russia. I mean, I know why. I mean, the deal fell through again. They're going on another year of war.
We really had, again, we had some great work done by law enforcement. But in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their heart.
I'm not irresponsible. I'm not his son. I got stretch. 1 second. I'll get through this. Need something. Okay. I'm sorry. 2 streams is not beneficial for nobody. 2 streams is shit. By the way, I wouldn't recommend it. There is a thing. It kills me after a good little while. Okay, so
in resolving our difference peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. I will say, you had Republicans, Democrats, Independents, Conservatives, Liberals, and Progressives. Those words are interchangeable, perhaps, but maybe they're not. But yet, everybody in that room, big crowd, record-setting crowd. There was a record-setting group of people, and there was a tremendous amount of love and coming together. I watched, and I was very, very impressed by that. But First Lady and I were taken very well care of, very quickly rushed off the stage. Vice President J.D. Vance, who's here, was likewise beautifully done. He was just saying how quickly everybody acted, law enforcement, Secret Service in particular in this case, but law enforcement. Marco had the same thing. Pete was there. Pete didn't want any help. He didn't want anybody to help. He doesn't want anybody to help.
He wanted to kill
some, didn't you? And I think you also said that it was very impressive. So with that, I'd like to ask Todd Blanche to come up, say a few words, and tell you it's already underway. The
I was looking for this the other day. I could only find the 6-minute one. I guess I didn't look at the right spot, but this is usually the one.
And has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible. So Todd Blanche, I'd like to say a few words, and then we're going to have Cash. And then you're going to go on. We can ask, I guess we can take a couple of questions. I want to thank the First Lady that was a rather traumatic.
Now, I've heard conflicting. O'Reilly had the person who did her documentary on said she wasn't afraid. There's also the Kimmel's remarks about, which would have been before this event, that Trump might make her a widow. Which there's a whole thing on the FCC reviewing Kimmel's license. So we're talking Disney's license as a general. I have nothing against your responsible. Look, journalists, you need left and right. You need various sources. The problem is too many people have brain rot. Far too many. That's the problem. Most of the people can't see. They're going too far left and right. People who go progressive go too far left. Usually religious conservatives go too far right. And it's one of those things, yes, Trump is conservative in some spots and liberal in others. But reality is, he's done good trade deals. I mean, Venezuela's not doing terrible. Iran is one of the first big fuck-ups he has, and he's kind of married to the conflict now, basically. I mean, it's basically he doesn't know how to play chicken with a fucking psychotic person. And it's either Iran is going to blink first or we will. But it's probably going to be them. As I said earlier, if they're oil, they can't move it. We can, if they can't move their oil, they're going to collapse. But then again, we will find out.
Experience for her. There was a lot of action taking place up there very quickly. But again, the response time was really incredible. And we're going to reschedule. We're going to do it again. We're not going to let anybody take over our society. We're not going to cancel things out because we can't do that. We wanted to stay tonight. I will tell you, I fought like hell to stay. But it was protocol. They said, please, sir, because they didn't know there was a lot of action going on, and they didn't know could there be probably a lone shooter, but we'll find out. We'll find out very quickly. They have it very well under control. So I want to thank everybody very much. And Todd Blanche, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll
Can't forget the tiredness. I think this was the guy I was looking for. This is the the DC police. Usually the DC Metro Police usually work hand in hand if there's anything government. This is why on 9/11, not 9/11, but January 6th, they were told to stand down. Now, arguably, still one of the weirdest orders ever. They should have. It's the same with the National Guard was told to stand down. Like, people think you can just have a really big thing happen in DC and you wouldn't have a military response or a tactical response from anybody. This is what I tell you. A lot of people who don't pay attention to either military or intelligence, nothing to that degree, it's kind of strange. Like DC Metro Police, or yes, they're the police department, but there's also the marshals, there's other people. But Metro Police did good. So
see the videos come out, I expect very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There's federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Mr. President. The President's absolutely right. You saw the best resolve of American law enforcement because you, Mr. President, inspire them 24/7, 365. You give them the resources that they need, and they know that you have their back. And that is a changing dynamic in this country, and that's why you saw brave Secret Service agents respond immediately, swiftly, subdue and take down the suspect, and safeguard the lives of thousands of individuals at that hotel. Thanks to our interagency partnership with the Department of Homeland Security and the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI was rapidly deployed onto the scene, took over the evidence response unit, is examining all the ballistics that were found on scene to include the long gun.
While I do appreciate I'm going to say this. I appreciate a blunt ass answer, but I also hate a bullshit answer. And I don't think it's kind of a mix. I mean, obviously, Kash Patel has to glow up Trump. Look, it's a very weird formality. Okay. Trump usually inspires massive leadership, or there's an allegation he likes yes men. And I'm sorry if I go wrong. This idea. Kash Patel, if I've never said it, is sometimes odd. Like he dropped the ball on the section of the Epstein files, yes, and other things. He's very accurate on some investigations. Otherwise, like the ones going on in Minneapolis, where they're going to be raiding the that's what I should have covered. There was 20 daycares raided in Minneapolis this week. That was Monday. Now, this with understanding is the FBI's doing. But you say, oh, the Secret Service protect. But then again, the Secret Service is making up for Butler. But they know they usually have a good plan to protect the president or whoever they're protecting. But a lot of you see people around Trump, and this is why if you know anything about Kash Patel, he's not my favorite individual. Kash Patel is very weird. He's kind of slimy. I mean, he's been okay as FBI head. I haven't seen anything impressive, but compared to ones in the past, he's okay. Mueller, arguably, I would say, was better, but Mueller also kept a lot of secrets. But there's also a lot of plots at foot because they're like, oh, we're going to find it. Because there is the thing about the missing bullet, the missing, shotgun shell. When supposedly, I heard that from them more than once. But it's like, okay, here nor there. Bullet holes, potentially. It wasn't him. He was the other one who did it. But they still subdued the guy. But some are saying it was incompetence and that's why the guy got shot. Okay. To be honest, I could show it, the video clips. All those cops were trained on him. How he didn't get shot is amazing.
Gun and the shell casings. We are conducting witness interviews as we speak. You will hear from our team on the scene there with the mayor and the head of the FBI field division there. But please know what the Attorney General has just said reigns no truer. You saw the very best of America tonight. The very best unite us at a time of uncertainty, because we have leadership here with the president, the vice president, that backs law enforcement, and the men and women that I shook their hands on the scene today could not have been prouder to show up on scene. And as the Attorney General said, make no mistake, we are conducting witness interviews. If you have any information whatsoever related to this event, 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. No piece of information is too small. No piece of information is inadequate. We will evaluate it all. We will also be conducting interviews of those that were there. And if any of those individuals have information, please come forward to law enforcement or the FBI or the Metropolitan Police Department. We will be examining this individual's background thoroughly. That process has already started. And we are going to ensure that he was either a lone wolf actor or anyone else that was responsible. We will analyze all evidence immediately to make sure that we safeguard this country. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for your leadership. Attorney General and Homeland Secretary Marlin, thank you for your partnership in law enforcement.
Thank you. Okay, we'll do a couple and then we go to the chief. Madam Chairman, I just want to say you did a fantastic job. What a beautiful evening, and we're going to reschedule. Okay? And after that, it's very tough for her to ask a killer question, right? But you have done a fantastic job. Please.
Mr. President, I appreciate it. As you mentioned, it all happened so quickly. Yeah. And I wonder, especially because unfortunately you have experience with these sorts of threats. In that moment, when you realized there was a threat and service agents were telling us to get down, can you describe what was going through your mind, how you were feeling in that moment?
That's a very good question, actually. It's always shocking when something like this happens. It's happened to me a little bit, and that never changes. The fact we were sitting right next to each other, First Lady on my right, and I heard a noise and sort of thought it was a tray. I thought it was a tray going down. You know, I've heard that many times, and it was a pretty loud noise. And it was from quite far away. He hadn't breached the area at all. They really got him. But, so it was quite far away, but it was a gun. And some people really understood that pretty quickly, other people didn't. I was watching to see what was happening. Probably should have gone down even faster. Melania was very cognizant, I think, of what happened. I think she knew immediately what happened. She was saying, "That's a bad noise." And we were whisked away along with other people, but we were really whisked away. And again, the performance of the Secret Service and the police, all of the law enforcement, I thought was really good. So it was very quick. There wasn't a lot of time to be thinking, because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it, because I don't like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people, change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But
See, protocol is he's going to us. So here's the thing. Trump does not. It goes back to when he survived his first assassination attempt in Butler, where he held his fist in the air before being hauled off. Trump doesn't like showing weakness. And that's one thing I know with O'Reilly. Like, very much, like when he's like this, he's very presentive. Like, not the word. He's about the presentation. He's the person, when he wants to impress somebody, he projects power. It's basically like his White House has actually been he customized his White House to project outward strength. By that, I mean foreign leaders always will see the best. They see America's supremacy. They see it's not that we're better, it's just you're stepping into it's more regal. Like, usually everyone designs their White House differently. The Obamas wanted a contemporary. We're different. I mean, they are very different. Like, he's very grandiose and regal. But a lot of this is he would have preferred to stay in the room. But he also does the thing of he knows he can't. And I'm not to say it's a point it's something you know with power if you see it with people. He feels if he shows weakness, people are going to flinch and eat him alive. So it's one of those things of it's a trait. Again, humility, every president has it. Like, he would have loved to stay. No doubt. I'm just saying. He would have loved to stay. I do believe that. But it's really weird. Like, but protocol is going to dictate he's not staying. Protocol dictates you're being hauled off to somewhere safe.
we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said what. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. There's a report in the New York Post that this assailant assembled his weapon somewhere on site at the hotel. What do you think about that? And I ask respectfully, why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this, where they got them. But the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
And after Butler, your team for a while rethought outdoor events.
Yeah.
Do you think that you now need to rethink
No.
indoor
Well,
events?
but then you just don't do events. No, I can't do that. I have to. It is what it is. We have
That's
to
not a
do it.
bad question.
The room was very, very secure.
Terrible
he
question.
charged from 50 yards away, so he was very
Yeah,
far away
he
from the
ran
room.
through a
I
checkpoint.
saw the video of how fast he was running.
He was moving. He was really moving, and the reaction time was great. Boy, those guys, they had
Oh,
their
yes.
guns drawn
Blurred through a
literally by the time he
screen.
was there. They were shooting.
That's right.
I thought they were very impressive. And if I didn't, I'd let you know. I'm not going to be. I would not stand for that. No, I thought they were very impressive.
He literally was a
Thank
streak.
you, President Trump, and thank
Right.
you for updating us on
Thank
the
you.
suspect earlier. Were you aware of any threats? Was your team aware of any threats beforehand? And do you believe you were the target of this tonight?
I guess. I mean, these people they're crazy. They're crazy.
Were
And,
you
you
the
never
target?
know.
Yes,
He was
you
very
were.
far away from me. He had to go through a lot. We had,
Of course
we had
you're a
resources
target.
all over. We had
Who the fuck
resources
else
sitting
you
at
think?
tables, literally in disguise, sitting maybe at your table. Who knows? But we had people all over the room, so he had a long way to go. That was really a first line of defense, and they got him. And they really, they acted incredibly. No, we've had no. There was no notification. We had no idea. Go ahead,
Do you know
Kevin.
any political
What do you want about? True Bones, are you saying it's fake? It's not. It's real. It's real. People, don't be saying it's fake, Sedge. Don't be saying that. I mean that with all due respect. No one wants their president assassinated. It's not going to make his popularity better. I mean, the damn guy's bleeding on Iran. America doesn't have a stomach for a war. So he's bleeding out on Iran. But Congress's approval rating is 9%. A guy gets into a hotel, assembles the weapons, okay? Or carries them in. Dashes past the thing. He probably practiced it. I mean, but I don't know what he was thinking. I mean, you gotta get past about 10 people trained on you. But good luck to you. I mean, the dude basically decided to charge through a checkpoint. What do you expect? I mean, he's lucky he didn't get shot. See, you do that theory. I don't buy that, True Bones. I call bullshit. I call absolute bullshit. I call bullshit, sir. Okay? Here's where I say bullshit. That's him on the ground, knocked out, incapacitated. This was he. Okay. Hold. He came with a pistol and a shotgun. Now, the interesting part is he's holding a pistol. See, he is not going to run like that with a shotgun. The shotgun's on him somewhere because it's not like a video game. Now, one of those is when you're carrying it. I'm assuming that those are 3 cops on the side because they didn't think about it. You know, the thing about this is he didn't get a chance to fire. He had probably, I'm going to be honest, as soon as they saw, they had a beat on him. Because what's funny is all of these officers were drawn except for that one and that one. That's a firing. You're talking a span of about 10 seconds, maybe. Trigger discipline. And I'm assuming that's the one that got shot. 5 shots fired, which is very easy. Which, to be honest, you're talking, it's not impossible. Is this the best checkpoint ever? No. He took off through. He had probably about, it's actually something, if I ever showed it, it was the shooting in the police had, there was a parking garage in Dallas. You wouldn't believe it was real. The guy that did the shooting in the parking garage in Dallas near El Centro did a combat role between pillars that you would only see in Call of Duty. And then they killed him with a drone. They killed him with an explosive drone because he was still heavily armed. Because he was up in the parking garage. Look, do I call it a clown show? No. This was like the 10th floor, right? Place is still safe. It's not a safe area. It's, long story short, you have a stairwell, right? There's a stairwell here. The stairwell he had to dash down. He had to dash down to it. I can find it where there was. It showed a better shot of him. The video from the stairwell. But you're also talking about, is it a shitty position? Possibly. The video that I initially saw was the people from the stairwell. So you're also talking about it's one of those things of, yeah, I'm surprised he didn't get shot because those three people had just drawn. You're talking in a span of seconds. They were all those three that were here before passive had all drawn and centered on him. Then those, let me see, at least one had been drawn on him here. Because you're talking here, they had it. It's hard to tell, really. Okay. No, so this is when he first appeared. So this was a Secret Service guy looking off. He hadn't fired the gun. So he hadn't fired. No, he came, what, armed with a shotgun? Yeah, no, I took it wrong. It's a shotgun. Hey, he's ballsier than I thought. He tried to run through with a shotgun. I'll be honest, someone with fucking better trigger discipline would have taken a body or two. I hate to say that. Someone with a better trigger discipline could have easily killed a body, taken a body, at least killed one or two people. But he's not in body armor, so there's 1, 2, 3. This is Marshall's. So this guy didn't get shot. So yes. So one cop got shot. There's one here. This is Metro Police. Right here. These are Metro Police. These are Secret Service. That's Secret Service or Marshals. And that's definitely Secret Service. Yes. Is this a really shitty checkpoint? And should they have seen him coming? Well, do you take into account a guy's going to break into a sprint? Huh. You'd have to see the video. So, I disagree, as I said.
From this
Well, you never know. Now, we'll be able to tell you that maybe by tomorrow or the next day. You know, he's in custody, and they're asking him a lot of questions. I guess they're going over, Todd, and they're already at his apartment. He lives in California.
Yes, sir.
And they're over there, so they'll be able to tell you. Thank you, Caitlin.
President Trump, did the suspect say anything, or was he wearing anything that would allege some type of motive here?
No, I mean, he was a guy who looked pretty evil when he was down. You know, they had him down. He was fighting hard. He was, in my opinion, a sick person. Who would do that but a sick person? But I think you're going to find everything about him. No reason to talk about it now. But tomorrow at this time, long before this time, you're going to know a lot of things about him. They seem to think he was a lone wolf, and I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think.
Absolutely.
I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life, and I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. Okay, a couple of more. Go ahead, please.
Trying to find the stairwell footage.
This shooting could have been linked to the war in Iran.
I don't think so, but you never know. We're going to know a lot. We have the best people in the world working on it, and we're going to know a lot. Please.
Mr. President, there's a lot. You, as well as some of us who have covered Butler, experienced another horrific day 2 years ago.
Yeah.
What felt similar? You know, you had the First Lady with you today. What felt
That's kind of a
different? And you
security
have
flaw.
another 2+
That
years
is
in
actually a
office.
security
Are you concerned
flaw.
about something like this happening
Well, I
again?
can't be concerned. I can only get great people. They did the job, in my opinion, a much better job than Butler. Butler had one weak spot that we all know about. Somebody should have
Butler,
been there, but
yeah.
even Butler,
That's
we had our sniper on our side within 4.2 seconds from a distance of about 400 yards. One shot.
yeah. Well, I'll show this. So this is a security flaw. Show this. This is a very much a security flaw. This is something that should not have been here. Cause like, okay, this hotel, they had the stuff here. Like, okay, so this is monitoring equipment, which is a stairwell. I guess would have been the other side. If he came from one of the stairwells, you're talking about, yeah, this is not the hotel you should be having events in. This is not a good hotel to have a, nah, this is a bad place. Okay, so yeah, there's the one. He tried to go around. He came through a hidden stairwell. And that stairwell is a security risk. Like, it's kind of fucked because where he was taken down, because you still have another room you have to get into. Yeah. There's a problem.
And
That is
he
not
was
a good
gone.
location.
And if he didn't do it, now, you know, he's David. His name was David. I say, hello, David, every time I see him. David, I like you very much, David. But think of that. Now, if he doesn't hit him, and he hit him right between the eyes from 400 yards without any notice, nobody knew. He heard a sound. He looked over, and there was actually a tree that was somewhat in his way. You know the story very well. And he aimed, he fired. And if he didn't do that, beyond me, you would have had a lot more people killed. We lost one great person and 2 people very badly hurt. They're okay now. But no, that was, so in a sense, you know, it was pretty amazing the job they did. But they did have that one weak spot.
Look, I'm not going to disagree.
That covered.
It'll be an
Tonight they had
investigation.
everything covered very quickly. And
To
he
be
was fast.
honest,
He was
those
running
3
full
Metro
blast,
people
and they
would
got
probably
him
shot somebody.
before they got any further. I was very far away. You know, he hadn't anywhere close to breach the doors of the ballroom. The ballroom was sealed, and everybody in there. That's why once those doors opened, they didn't want to do tonight. If the doors weren't opened, we could have probably done it tonight. But I think we're much better off rescheduling. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, for you and perhaps law enforcement as well, what is the level of confidence that this was a lone actor, and has the suspect made any statements to police while in custody?
Yeah, I think it's just it's not my profession.
hasn't
Of
made
great
any
professionals up
statements.
here
I'll
and
make a
outside that have
statement
been working
eventually.
with us. My impression is he was a lone wolf, whack job. These are crazy people. These are crazy people, and they have to be dealt with. We had that in the second attempt, as you know, and he's spending life in prison. Because if you let him out, they'll probably, you know, if he serves 10 years or 15 years, you let him out, he'll probably try it again with somebody else. They're sick
This
people.
hotel's probably
They have
like
a lot of
20,
sick
30
people.
years old.
But you're going to know, I think very shortly, you're going to know, Todd,
This
a lot
hotel's
about
probably
him.
30
Gonna know a
years
lot about
old.
him. Yeah, a couple of more.
40 hasn't been revamped, but has security flaws.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically
All
motivated.
violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be so concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story. Race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So if you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%.
So the problem itself is if you have about a hotel booked full of people, you have an additional 2,000 people in the building. You have protesters on the outside of the building. Not you, but it's a fucking stupid ass situation. It's a security risk, and you're going to have people on anything. A lot of people have been lucky. A lot of these have been lone wolves. Because you're not going to get through a building because they think if they secure off a corridor. I mean, that's why it's entirely layered. He couldn't have breached the door. And I have a high doubt he had body armor. So anything like this isn't the LA standoff. Like that, I'm surprised hasn't happened. Like you think an actual armed team gets in there. I mean, you're talking a fire squad, yeah. But a lot of these have been lone actors. Now, realistically, what's the marksmanship on a lot of these? Let's take the marksmanship of the ICE officer that was run over. He had very high pistol marksmanship. I'm going to say a Metro cop, especially females. It looks like 2 females and a male. Yeah. 3 aimed at 1. Unless he basically had a shotgun and aimed up at 1. Clearly. Because which one got shot matters as much. It didn't look like it was a Secret Service, but a lot of it's stop motion. But the problem itself is the location still looks like shit. But Democrats don't want to give funding for the ballroom. Which I'm not saying you need to. You're going to get more than one use out of the ballroom. The ballroom would be easier to secure. It's already on the grounds. And there's your problem. It's too much. Because if you're talking about securing every angle, no. Sometimes it's just getting lucky. Any building like that, but that's a building that's been used forever. It's used for the correspondence dinner, but they've never had a person test it out and just look at the corridors. Because you think you have the corridors blocked off, but it doesn't mean you have. Treat it as a video game. Do you check your corners? Judging from that, I have no idea. The footage, what you see, he went up the stairs through it, and he thought he was going to dash into something. But he couldn't even get into the ballroom because the ballroom was sealed. You would have had to gotten past 3 to 4 marshals. But the lax tone that lax tone is pretty scary, because that lax tone is what gets people killed. But as soon as they saw him running with a gun, the Metro ones, had their pistols drawn. Now, no doubt that would have been fucking friendly fire. There's no offense. I don't trust them to fire and not hit somebody. Because that angle is shit to be shooting someone. I mean, you better be hoping that you have center mass on him.
I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%, but if you take presidents, it's 5.8%, and about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year, and we're going to do great things. But with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress, state house speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our country?
Too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, we're leading the world in trade now. We're leading the world in the...
See, people are wondering. Now, I will say that Secret Service, you can't comb everything, but they're like, but I want to know who else has been threatened with violence. And you cannot say, I believe it was the Michigan, like, okay, you had one, I believe, senator or somebody killed up in Michigan or Minnesota, or it was Wisconsin. I have to remember. It's kind of late. You had one, him and his wife. You've had 3 attempts on Trump. I mean, one would have been successful. That's long rifle, because somehow they miss a building that's 150 yards. Secret Service is made up for that.
Military, we're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts.
I do think Iran is losing
given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that. It was a shame. I said, oh boy, look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year.
So the problem with Iran having a nuclear weapon, meaning they would probably give it to somebody to use. It's just like their oil. Their oil is sometimes for their consumption, but it's also cheap oil for China. China's getting about at least a good percentage of their oil from there. I've heard like 60, 70%. It's where it goes. So here's the problem. Iran does export weaponry. They export missile parts. They were giving it to Hamas. Now, reality dictates. Look, I don't. It's very hard to fight a regime that you don't know anything about. And taking down Iran has been a wild card for 30 plus years. You're not getting regime change out of them. You're going to have a terrorist state. They are the ones who caused those issues in Iraq. They came down to Iraq to cause issues. The IRGC, we all knew it. Always, we knew it. But you want to secure it without boots on the ground or without blowing up facilities. It's not going to be done. So you either hit a couple of facilities, bring them to the table, or you're just going to let them dictate with a petrodollar something to happen. Now, the only good news is they can't hold out forever because they don't have the money. They can do show something. Because Iran is definitely a weak point for Trump. Economy is good, but Iran is definitely a bleed point because America cannot stomach a war right now. You're approaching 60 days, 90 days, potentially is the war's end. You can't do anything with it. You're praying that you're going to get a deal. So I'm going to tail into this. But as of today, we don't know who we're negotiating with in Iran. We don't know. There's a power structure in Iran. Or power struggle, I should say, for the structure. Because there's talk that the IRGC is trying to usurp control. They'd be worse than the mullahs.
And I called everybody together. I called all
They're
of these
more
people
fanatical
and
than the
others, and I
mullahs.
said, we have to take a little journey. I say to do this. We just had the great number. We just broke 50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable.
Doesn't mean
Did it in 1 year.
anything,
And I
but
said,
yes.
we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%.
Yes.
So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay, one more question. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, President Trump. Do you know how the gun was brought into the hotel? And also, how does this event impact you as the leader of our country? Do you think it will change your
I
leadership?
like not to think about it. I lead a pretty normal life, considering it's a dangerous life. I think I handle it as well as it can be handled. I think a lot of other people, you read stories where they become basket
It's a good
cases,
answer.
To be honest with you, I'm not a basket case.
He's
really take it as
very
it is.
good at that.
I do
That's
it for
why
the
the
country.
60
I'm not doing
Minutes
it for any
interview I
other
want to
reason. I
get
have
to
a first lady who's
eventually,
doing a
but
terrific job. She loves the country, and she recognizes it better than anybody. She's told me numerous times.
But the 60
you are in
Minutes
a
interviews
dangerous job.
basically
But that goes along with
a
her
couple
too. I
of
mean, it's
people
dangerous
tried
for
to
her
ask
too.
why the guy
We sat there
shot.
tonight. We heard that
So
noise, and
he's going off the
it
Epstein
was either a
files,
tray or a bullet.
pedophile, rapist,
I was
traitor,
hoping it was
right?
a tray,
Because
but
it's
it
the Russian
wasn't.
hoax.
And
Yeah,
again,
no.
we had some very brave people doing a great job, so we're very proud of them and happy with them.
It's just
I just
odd.
want to thank everybody. They will be able to give you all that information as to the names and everything else. I think we released the names already. Most of you would have it, but his name. We appreciate it. I see so many tuxedos and beautiful dresses. It was a little different evening than we thought, but we're going to do it again, and we have a great chairman who we're so proud of, and we have to make it better. We'll make it safer, I guess, right? But we're going to make it even better. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Lady talked about how impactful this was. Can we hear from her about?
Well, honey, would you want to say something?
Okay.
Huh?
One in the back, sir.
Right.
Millions of people across the globe, in fact, are watching you. You demonstrated courageous leadership, and thank God you're alive. All of us are alive today. What is the message that you want to give to the world that this should change? What corrective measures can we take from here on? So.
Well, all you can do, look, I don't care how many people you have, how good they are. They can be the greatest people. You have the greatest security in history. If you have a whack job who's got a brain, but it's a little bit distorted or a lot distorted, they can make trouble. I would say, Pete, right? You know, they can make trouble. Some of these people are of genius level IQ, and they're nuts. So it can be trouble. So you do absolutely the best. You get the best. We have the best people. Well, look, it was proven tonight. He started running from 50 yards, and he was fast. He was like a blur on tape. He was moving. It was very impressive the way they got him, because a lot of people would be looking and saying, you know, it's like a weird feeling, and they would let him get through, but they didn't let him get through. They drew those guns so fast. They looked like Matt Dillon. They looked like somebody that knew what they were doing, and we really do. But it comes with the territory. And if you want to do a great job, I really believe that. And you take a look at what's happened to some of our greatest presidents, and it doesn't happen to people that don't do anything. And it's not going to deter me from
It's a little bit of
winning
bloviating on
the
his
war
part.
in Iran. I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I really don't think
No,
so.
Iran doesn't have
based on
anything to
what
do
we know.
with it.
But,
Iran will
we're going to
threaten
continue to do a great
to
job. That's all I can
assassinate.
do. Thank you very
But
much.
reality
I'll
is
see you tomorrow.
there's
Thank you.
clearly
Thank you.
like I mean, you can find this stuff. I think the biggest problem is, look, there will be an investigation into this. Like, there's going to be an investigation. There always is. It's likely what? When it goes to trial, I'll probably see the details. Because we got the trial I want to say the trial for Charlie Kirk's killers coming up. I mean, the trial for Charlie Kirk's killer is going to be interesting. I mean, I don't know how he's going to plead. Is he going to say it's insanity? I mean, this guy can't do it. The Charlie Kirk killer. I mean, is it an open and shut case? He's not going to plead guilty, maybe, if he does. It'd be a quick, speedy trial. I mean, the biggest problem now is, like, I've heard it's not about the assassination. They talk about the Secret Service that didn't do their job. They did. Like, I'll show this again just before I leave. You can go back and see it. So he came up a stairwell here. Now, this is the stairwell. This is the room, right? So there's two. This isn't like a good area. Because if you look, can't see it. But this is the side. This is the side that he ran up. But how the fuck did he get up here? Like that apparent. So this is from the stairwell. So there's two stairwells. The stairwells were supposedly manned and done, but yeah, this is a security risk. This was all a secure. This was bad. So he. So this is the crime scene. Now the problem itself, right, is there's several of these. Uh, see, you would have had to breach that. Elevator columns. He came up from the stairwell. Yeah, no. That's like a security risk. But then he basically went from here like he just came up through the stairwell, no one noticed, and then he ran through. Yeah, no, that's see this there will be an investigation into this. And pretty much it's gonna be how the fuck did you not know someone coming up a stairwell? Like if you didn't see you're coming up a stairwell, I wouldn't say it's incompetence because that's the internals. Here is the internals of the ballroom. So he wouldn't have breached it. But this is very much a potentially like. And when you see it, it just doesn't. See, there will be a congressional investigation and a report. So, see, I may get to the 60 minutes thing. But, you know what I do say is the guy's insane. He was determined. But I want to know how he was going to get past the door. The only thing is, he would have had to get past 1, 2, 3. See, these guys were working on the metal detectors, I guess. One wasn't up. And he scoped the place out. He scoped the place out, basically, to see it. Now, call it weird, call it for what it is. Why wasn't the checkpoint already done? We don't know. That's a procedure thing. You've already had a semi-full room. You have 3,000 people in a hotel, 2,000 other guests, plus protesters outside. You assume that the hotel is locked down, and it's like what I say with Butler. Except with Butler, you had a perfect place for a long rifle. Do I think that the security was too lax? Probably. But he did a football tackle and a football sprint 50 yards. So he went from the stairwell up. And he had been scoping the place out. So it's not a... There's a lot to unpack at some point when you have the investigation before Congress. That will happen because there will be a congressional investigation into it. But everyone did their jobs. Everyone secured. The president was secured. A couple of flaws on the outside perimeter, but I mean, again, like, it's not as glaring as in Butler. Butler, you missed a 150-yard shot. Position on top of a thing. How do you miss a 150-yard shot? You know damn fucking well the easiest way would be a long rifle. And you leave a building open with it. Now, don't someone say it's going to be was intentional? No. It was scouted out and known, and that's when the planners said it was a mistake. They realized in hindsight, but they instantly had the guy down in 3 or 4 seconds, but not before a round was squeezed off and nearly killed the president. Which, that's a glaring position difference than this. But this was largely a couple of Secret Service. These are marshals here. These are marshals or Secret Service. These are Metro. Okay? Let's assume they tried to shoot him. Those 3, their guns were drawn. This was close and had fired. Again, I don't think it was misfire. But the problem itself is look, forensics in the gun. Again, I think it's funny that they say he got tackled. I can see he got tackled. But by who? That's the only thing. There's only one piece I can't figure. He had limited ammunition, but he didn't have enough to take the officers out by the door. The metal detector wasn't up and running. That's probably procedural. Then again, like everything else. But it's not as glaring as Butler, Pennsylvania. But the problem is, he would have still have to get through the room to get in. So, Yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing. But the guy's manifesto says it all. But thank God he wasn't a trans person that did this one. They didn't need another L, quite honestly. Because 2 of the 3 have been trans. Butler, the one that killed, and some will say that the one that killed Charlie Kirk wasn't a furry, but I disagree. Discord messages say all. And he was in the furry lifestyle or a very bad shit poster. But this could have been a lot worse. Near misses are definitely, there's been too many near misses. But like trying to do anything in this like ballroom, like he would have had to get to the ballroom. The guy didn't get close to the ballroom. The perimeter held. So clearly it's like that. This is a hellscape, though. So these are all bad. Whatever this layout is, because that was the upper terrace. I want to see the breakdown of this because this is the terrace east and the terrace west. Because when I look at this, it just doesn't. Now, the problem itself is that I don't think he would have done anything. He would have had to get past the others. I would say say hello to the fat Oklahoman here, but interesting. But but I do have to get to Diablo. No, what I say is I more like the forensic side. I think like good. I forgot how stupid the guy is. See, I had drama earlier today. But see, there's a 60 minutes interview, which is really a nothing burger that they released the full 40 minutes of. I mean, but I'll be honest, there's going to be some details. I think the psychology of the shooter is going to be more interesting because because here's the thing about this manifesto, I recommend people read it. It says a lot more. Like he's highly educated. Like clearly they got in there, removed the president quickly. People who were closer to the door. The manifesto says a lot. And the question itself, like as I said, this is nowhere in that thing that I showed. In that thing that I showed, this is not there. If it is, it's a very distorted one. It's not in that video. They raided his apartment. Well, I say apartment or a house, so I mean, granted, it's both. The problem is it's progressive inspired, but the problem. Hold on, let me see something. This whole thing illustrates. See, if you. That's as I said, repeat the lie enough, it's true. Me personally, I look at the data. And when I say it, it's definitely a procedural error. See, I love the kind of screenshot or out of place look. Like they just want the most jarring photo you could ever find. That's a matter for another day, dude. This shit has been very common. Like I could see where it was at, but like if I take it frame by frame, I could probably find it. But most part is Democrats do ask if it's political violence. The problem is political violence because the next thing I can do is I'm going to do the thing on the Southern Poverty Law Center. Southern Poverty Law Center has been a pain in the ass for everybody for 20 years. They got infiltrated. Now, I didn't think I'd get through it, and I think people sitting through it. It's probably going to be buried into the dirt because it's enough time. Oh, fuck, I got to catch up. What is it? The Boys 5, 4, 5, and 6 review tomorrow. Yeah, I got to get my sleep pattern back up. But part of me really needs to go jam about 2 hours in Diablo 4. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Oh, let's see. I do gaming and commentary and political stuff. I look at it by the numbers. Now, it's granted, there's going to be some procedural stuff out of here. Did everything go swimmingly? Probably not. Did you neutralize the attacker? Yes. Did anyone get hurt? One officer got shot in the chest. We don't know by what. But to be honest, that's very close quarters. One gun got fired. There was 5 shots fired. So 5 shots got fired, and you can see it in the video. Now, question of whether or not how accurate the damn things are. Before he got tackled, they say he got tackled. There has to be apprehension. There has to be something. But the angles in that place are terrible. Let me see before I go. I don't even think there is. I want to see evidence of him getting tackled. Bob, there's something I have a theory. It's dude. Talk about stairwell. If he went up the stairwell, I want to see if he got tackled. Because the problem is the footage is so just okay, that's better. Okay, hold on. That's better. I think I found that. It's all on Instagram and others, but it's not on YouTube. And it's the same footage. It's on the same. But it's not from an angle. And I say that it's just weird because you think in a building like that, you think that he could. You have where they were quick to respond, so they all immediately. So what happened is they immediately. So they immediately did. Hold on. There we are. That was fucking quick. One person saw him, identified him. I guess that's the guy that fired. It's the guy that fired. He ran through the metal detector. The ones pulled out. Sorry, I was wrong about the other. They pulled their guns, but they didn't fire. Then the ones outside the room. But he got tackled by people coming up the stairs. But he got tackled by the people out there. But that is a debacle how the fuck he got that close. Then that's another stairwell. And that's where he either tripped and then they caught him. So it's definitely something. Like, if, and in reality, that's where you have to see if there's more footage they ever release. Because one of the angles that if he got tackled, it must have been somebody from the other stairs. I mean, how the fuck he got through those officers in the first place is a question, but that's where you're going to have to ask this at some point. But then again, you're asking the question of who, what, when, where, and why. Luckily, no one got killed. But at the same rate, that is a security problem. He found a flaw and was almost able to exploit it. Now, it looked like a couple of the officers that were there, probably the ones by the metal detectors, actually drew their guns and either were about to shoot him or they took off running to tackle him. Now, large question is, look, as I said, there's going to be an investigation. I mean, but from the way I look at that, it looks like he got tackled from the stairs. Because one shot holds one. Yeah, you see, this is where there's a bunch of stairwells. You see, they stripped him, and they stuck him here. So he ran through the metal detector, and he was going to go down to the ballroom. Okay, so he ran through. They tackled him right here. So they tackled him right by the stairs because he made it through the here and went through the stairs. They stripped him and they used... I gotta ask. Yeah, let's conduct a 5. Look, I'm prepared, but okay, so this is the full video. Okay. Oh, that's not suspicious. He's a tall fuck. Okay. This is boring because there's no sound. So you hold here. Fuck. Goes to the gym. So he's going through the gym, basically. See, he was clearly casing it. And I mean, God only knows how much he paid. So no, I thought he was kind of like a medium stock. No, he's tall. Okay, so yeah, that was a day before. Yeah, that's a day before. So he has a trench coat. So he has the trench coat that goes through there. He goes through unnoticed. Okay. You know, I've seen hotels like this. They're kind of weird. So there's your bomb sniffing dogs. Yeah, he comes from the stairwell. And he got fucked. Oh, so he got through the so he got through the so he got through. Okay, so there was a dog by the door. So dog by the door here. He had the shotgun. I thought he had a pistol. Oh, I see. That's the cop that got shot. That's the cop that got shot. So one of the three cops that was on the other side is the one that got that. So it was one of the three. Yeah, it was one of the three that was about. Okay. All right. I got it. All right. When did the fuck did he fire? Okay. He shot the one in the center. The one in the center of the three is the one that got shot. Okay, I thought it was that guy that got shot. I bet I might actually see this. So the cop that got shot, where did one get? Unless it was on the stairwell. No. He. I'm curious. No, he used a shotgun, basically. Which officer was it, though? I am surprised he didn't get shot. So he had a knife and a shotgun inside his stuff. So he had a handgun, 2 clips, combat knife, two clips. Yeah, at least 2 clips, a combat knife, pistol under his arm. Yeah. So, yeah, he shot an officer at point blank range, but luckily the guy had the vest. I am truly surprised it didn't kill the officer, though. But it damaged the plate badly. what? Four things of ammunition. Combat knife, four clips of ammunition, five if you count in the pistol. To minimize. Yeah, so he went in basically armed for the teeth. Interesting. We've been so lucky it hasn't been any kind of military people do this. So he goes in with at least 4 clips, 1 to 2 pistols, and a shotgun, and a knife. He had an automatic shotgun loaded with at least 2 rounds. That's not a sports shotgun, that is a automatic. He had 2 pistols. Yeah, 2 pistols, at least 2 clips. See if I could say it's magazine, if so. A knife and a shotgun. He rushed through the gate with a shotgun. You know, the next war teaches people really weird. You got too many people who play Call of Duty. So yeah, and he took a selfie before. And you know that actually answers the question, by the way. Yeah, towards the end. I gotta remember to get that, download that footage. But okay, yeah, I see it. This is gonna be an interesting investigation. It's not that he assembled the guns on site that people should worry about. He got into a hotel with that amount of firepower. But then again, when you have that many people, you're not checking everything. And that corridor is a death trap. Those are all long corridors. They have cameras, but they didn't have it posted. And there's blind spots. But then again, if he got tackled by the stairs. But that answers the question. I guess it gets lucky that he was a moron. He's intelligent, but he got really stupid. Like, depending on how he was, I'm going to be very honest with you, that could have been a lot worse. That could have actually been a ton worse. Because 4 clips, he's trying to get the targets, but by that, you're going to have to get through. But you don't want to disable the ones, but with 2,000 people in the ballroom, you have as well. But he was counting on Secret Service to be incompetent. The thing is, he got tackled. by the stairs. Okay, so it was right by the stairs. There's like 4 different little stairwells that go up. But he did a sprint through them. I'm actually surprised the dog didn't get him. But the dog's not probably trained that. Almost the dog did it. But it's a definite interesting thing. It's going to be a lot to ask because he cased the place. Now, realistically, there's going to be a lot of questions to ask because I don't think they did anything wrong. Because as soon as that dog felt a sound or smelt gunpowder or something, it perked up at the door and he took off like a bat out of hell. The officer with a dog, because that's right where he came up. He came up through a stairwell door hidden, then came up towards the ballroom. He got tackled probably from someone running up the stairs. Now that you see the full footage, yes. But it is definitely interesting because it's lucky he didn't get shot. I'm going to be honest, it looks like 4 total rounds. Plus at least maybe more rounds than shotgun. So, yeah. That's going to be what's going to be curious about that, though. Because I don't know where you're going to hit them on procedure. I mean, one officer got blasted directly. I'm guessing that it's a godsend that he didn't use anything far more lethal. No, I'm going to look forward to it. It's going to be one of those things of, let's be real and be honest here. If you're going to fault them on procedure, they missed a stairwell. You're going to miss a stairwell in about a 30 or 40-year-old building, which has basically stairwells which are security compromises all over the place. And because he came through a secret stairwell that goes to the floor from the other side. And then there's still more. So that would have been funny. But inside the ballroom, there was more Secret Service. So you can't put the blame entirely on the Secret Service So, okay, let's say the Metro Police, hypothetically. See, there's going to be so much. It's like you could say that the checkpoint wasn't set up. But it also depends on the time of the night. The other part. But a lot of people are being not charitable about it. They did their jobs. Basically, as soon as they knew there was a threat, he was isolated. But I'm going to be very honest. They've been lucky that they haven't had a military person do it. Honest to God, it would be... I know it sounds weird. But it's always the lone wolves. Because he doesn't look suspicious. Basically. Anyways, I will call it here. But yeah. The footage, it actually, when you look at it, because actually there's the whole... Because I don't think they're at fault. The guy's manifesto actually says a lot. But he practiced as well. Now, the only thing I don't get is how did he not catch a body or two? Unless it was intent. Because I'll be clear, I guess he didn't want to waste the shotgun ammunition on the cops by the door. I hate to say that. That could have been a lot worse. That could have been so much worse. I think if he breached the room, it would have been worse. But then again, if he breached the room, he would have had to deal with Secret Service. Then again, there's a whole bunch of other Secret Service / marshals all around there on that floor. They all isolated their security around the stairwells, the inside of the room. That's why they didn't put it on the hallway. Yeah, that's so weird. I mean, but then again, that building is not good. That building is a nightmare to hold anything in. It's a nightmare. That building is a security risk. And I mean, maybe it's an isolated incident. But judging from that, there's blind spots. So, and look, he was intelligent enough to evade them. And look, there's going to be a massive investigation to understand maybe how he got the guns into the hotel. But clearly, he got through that floor by a stairwell, which I highly doubt they put a stairwell there. You know, there's a stairwell that went up from the exercise area. And then that's how we got to the other floor. So there's clearly a crossover corridor. He was hoping to breach through the door. Then again, what is he going to take them all out with pistol ammo? He's going to have to take them all out with pistol ammo. And you still got 2,000 fucking people in the ballroom. That's amazing that you think logistics, you think you're just going to get to the the president and that. Because I guarantee you, it's a miracle he made it past the DC Metro and the other ones without getting shot. Because that's tight corridors. This isn't video games where you have body armor and you have life. You have ammunition and you have the thing. See, a lot of these people, we've been getting really lucky that these people aren't military. And I go back to his manifesto. We're going to one day not get lucky. We're going to one day definitely not get lucky. I don't care if it's going to be a Democrat, it's going to be a Republican. Some leader is going to actively die and actually die. Okay? The leader is actually going to get killed. And I can't say it's the Secret Service's fault. Because this is the issue. It's not gun control. It's not a gun control problem. It's an intent. That hotel, they all clustered their stuff in one spot. So they had a good security perimeter. They had a good perimeter. One section wasn't up, but as soon as they knew they had an armed individual, they all moved and they isolated him. And he happened to run through a damn checkpoint with like 10 officers. That is dull. Look, I'm going to be honest. It's kind of one of those things of, we're lucky the man's a fucking bleeding heart liberal. I hate to tell you that. Here's the difference between far left violence and far right violence. Intent and morality. One side's not moral than the other. But here's the issue. Actual militia people who would be trained in firearms and carry enough clips, magazines, you take out the officers, you take out the dog, and it looks like something out of a movie. Yeah, that shit happened here in Texas. It happened here in Texas when the 5 officers were killed. The guy did a Call of Duty barrel roll between pillars. I wish I could show that. That was unreal, and I'm like, and it was at near El Centro. It was one of the biggest death tolls we've ever had in cops here, ever, and it basically is. He basically did like a. As I said, he did a barrel roll between it. He did like basically between pillars. It was it's something I had to find the actual video for, but I remember it. And it looked like a scene out of Call of Duty. And then they had to actually kill him because he was still armed to the fucking teeth. They sent an explosive drone to blow him up. A bomb drone. Because he held up in what was the El Central Park. Yeah, it was children's parking garage. Yeah. Oh shit. It was either children's or El Central. No, not 1 month ago. It was in 2016. We have been very lucky. You know, it's usually how it goes. It was basically, it's not that. And then what was funny about it, that the left tried to claim that it was violence. Okay? Dead serious. They claimed it was violence. They tried to come do the bleeding heart shit. No. Even the mayor, even the police chief told both sides to fuck off. The man was a monster. This guy that did the thing in the hotel just got lucky that no one got shot and killed. By the way, we got lucky. That's the thing. I kind of remember that, but I guess the next thing I'll be doing, maybe next week, will be on the Southern Poverty Law Center. But I would. They said a pillar. I don't know. We've had our share share down here of and it was the thing about it is we've been very lucky because you can legally own firearms that can take out cops. Again, I think I've seen it very rare. Occasionally, you'll see people who do it. Now, the way that hotel was, you're just lucky it's never a team. You're never lucky video games aren't real. But I don't think they did anything wrong. Because in the videos, you can actually find it. I don't think it's going to do well. I'll just see it because I got to rebuild my own algorithm. But you can find the video and I should go over it. It's very much the part of we're talking about these people go to assassinate people. Again, I think earlier I was saying people don't know either. If you carried enough ammunition, killed all those cops inside that hallway, pray there isn't more, turn it into a shootout, come in there with a sufficient enough armor. That's why the LA shootout was so big. So, again, it's one of those ones of we get lucky. One day we're not going to get lucky. I'm not saying America's due for a mass shooting again, but look, there was no way that man was going to breach that ballroom. Other places, different. And it's never more than one person, so you're not going to do it. But then they're also using this to say you can't get the ballroom. So, we'll see. Then, that said, I might stream tomorrow, but I might not. I'm going to have to catch up in Diablo 4. I just got to start living over there. Then I usually stream during the weekdays. So people bear with me. Because usually when I go over these things, and I'll probably go over the congressional hearing on this too. We'll have one within a month or so, maybe 3 months. And this is a problem. There's a culture around this, but logistically, we got lucky. That's why I go in stages. I see what there is. You can say one of the cops shot each other, but I don't think so. We just got lucky. He's a fucking dumbass. Again. You know, if he had gotten into a ballroom, it wouldn't have mattered. He would have had to get there. But the way they set up the security net, no one was getting in. So, till then, as I said, I might stream. What is today? Friday? And today's Friday. So no. But I usually stream Monday through Wednesday. But yeah. But I'll have to figure out a time next week. The next I'll go over is the Southern Poverty Law Center. But the thing is, there's enough video released of this that you can look at it. The thing about this is, they held it on the 10th floor. But there's going to be some logistical questions. So, again, I will catch people another day. But eventually, I'm going to get back to streaming 3 days a week. Because again, gaming, commentary, and politics. That's what I do. Occasionally, television shows that I like. But in reality, when it comes, I usually cover politics and news. And social contagions. Usually social topics. But usually I stick with gaming. Gaming's the main. And then it gets worked in. I have Crimson Desert, I have Division 2, and Diablo 4. Diablo 4, I just need to go do stuff. You know. All in all. That's what I will go do. Do a couple of like levels and go work an hour and so in Paragon and then probably go to bed. But till then, and I have something to do with multi tomorrow, since tomorrow on Multi Topic Tops, I do have to go over The Boys. Boys episode 3, 4, 5, and 6. Actually, I'll like it. So after The Boys, I have no idea what I'd watch. So, anyways, I will catch people maybe. I would say Sunday set tonight, but no. It might be the weekend. But I need to just try to get my streaming schedule back to normal. But I usually hate streams that go long. But anything that's an autistic detail, I cover. Like the shooting, the reports, and a lot of information. That's my bread and butter. All right. And then I gotta figure out another streaming time, so that's all how it works. I said I would go over that 60 minutes interview, but maybe not. All right. So, till then, maybe the weekend. But then again, I need to find a way. So. But I'm going to go off the Diablo for at least a little bit. But at least I found the videos. The videos are out there for this event. It's a little bit, you can judge it, but it's still pretty fresh in people's mind. And it looks like they patched Diablo 4. So I think a lot of it is, we'll see what comes out of this. I believe look, security did fine. But we will see. People will say they didn't do well. They're going to talk about there isn't a culture that created this. He methodically hunted through the hotel. No. There's no excuse for that. There's no excuse. There's more questions than that. Because it wasn't just like he went there on a mission. I'm not saying he was paid. I'm not saying that. There's a culture that creates people like him. Sadly, I know what that culture is. But we will see. I may go into it. There's a whole, because next week I'll do the topic on the Southern Poverty Law Center, because a lot of it is the videos and the things. Probably get it timestamped or so, but I should timestamp these, because a lot of what these I do, it's I can tell that because a lot of what happens is in that kind of footage. Once you start seeing it from different angles, he knew what he was doing. Now, the ultimate question is, why didn't he catch more bodies? You know what? I have theories on that one. Too kind-hearted to do the deed. But that's where you need to be thankful you have a bleeding heart liberal. A lot of bleeding heart liberals are soft, though. And if it's, I'm not saying conservatives are heartless, but the difference between, it would be really bad if it was a military person, because we really haven't had a full military shootout in America in a while. The LA one was Maine, but if someone actually went through those corridors, but there is a shit ton of officers, and it was a shit ton of people in that place. A team of people would have probably been killed. Even. So, some days we get really lucky. But he could have never breached that room. That's what O'Reilly even said that. He couldn't have got in that room. There's one too many choke points. How that man thought he was going to get to the ballroom, he never was. He wasn't going to get to that ballroom. And the congressional investigation is going to be really fun. But if I were the president, I would not use that damn hotel again. But if it's the only venue you can hold 2,000 people in it, find another. Can't secure a convention center, I guess. But you can secure a ballroom. I mean, it's secure, but it's secure like a hive. And half those people don't even look armed. Well, okay. They're armed, but they're not armed. So, till then, I might do a special stream Sunday. It depends on how I feel. But I have to catch up on some other stuff. And I'm pretty close to getting to where I think I'm good enough to stream Diablo 4 again. So. But I have a whole thing about that, why I don't feel it right streaming that. And then I need a better week. So I might stream Saturday night or Sunday night. But I need to get my sleep pattern back to normal. Good luck on that one. I have a terrible sleeping pattern. But multi tomorrow at 8 Eastern. Multi-topic talks. We talk about the boys. And I think in 2 weeks or so, we're going to go over the... he removes movies. I do games. And then I have other side projects I do. Because it's going to be very interesting with politics. So, and thanks for people watching. Leave a like if you want. And then I move on. But I mainly do gaming. I got Crimson Desert I got to get back to. I got Division 2 that I was doing earlier. But that game crashed on me because my PC wants to restart. Sure. Anyways, I will catch people. And I might do a stream on Saturday night. I don't know. My Saturday afternoons are usually spoken for. So. And then maybe next week will be better to stream Diablo 4. Because long story short, maybe all the fucking grifters and fucking performative gamers would be out of it. But I'm just gonna go buckle in and do but there's a topic for that another day. But this was just to discuss the assassination and its fallout. Because the fallout from it has been interesting. Conspiracy theories from this event, but to me it just looks like we got lucky. So I will catch people then. So what? I'll stream Saturday night. I should get the last of my glyphs. So I am doing Paladin. Catch people then.